Hello, everyone. There's so
Hi,
many
Zach.
buttons to press and so many things to do, and it feels like it's different every single time. I'm Zach. This is Expand Understanding. It's episode 42. I'm late. I was eating food. Sorry. Aaron's here, though.
Ooh,
Aaron
I
was
am
here.
here.
Aaron was here on time, probably. You'll never know because it was
Never
all
know.
my fault. Anyways, hi, I'm Zach. Uh,
Hi, I'm Aaron.
it's the 1st of June, the month of my birth. And on the screen, you can see a fundraiser that we do for the indigenous people of the Amazon. There's many things that one person could invest their time into, but this is one of the things that I find to be worthwhile. Uh, we have links below to all the fundraisers that we do and stuff that we do as a community. And please like and subscribe to the channel and check that stuff out below. And please take part in our community. You will probably find that it is beneficial for your life. And there's lots of free stuff, so you don't gotta, worry about paying money or something before you know that you already like what you seeing around here.
Hmm.
Anyways, I'm Zach. This is Aaron. We host a show. You're watching it. What's going on, Aaron? You got like a dreamy little setup going on right there with the sun coming down behind a post back
Hmm.
there.
Kind of nice, huh?
Seems like do you have a director of photography on set with you, or is that just
Just me. Just this guy right here, and having a good scenery to be present in. That's all. I'm at my parents' house. Yay! For friends with good scenery and comfortable places to have conversation. So,
Kevin says you look pretty, and he's right. You do look
aw,
pretty.
thanks.
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 Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank.
Hello, Sam and Willow and Jasmine and Jacob
Yeah,
and
hi.
Jenny and Jen and Kevin
And Jen.
and
Hi, Jen.
anybody else that I missed. Kala is in here or was the
Kala.
very first. I appreciate all of you being here.
Hmm.
I don't really have topics planned for tonight, but I think I should jump right in on a thing that everybody is on everyone's minds because of mainstream media,
Wait,
riots,
wait,
protests, stuff like this. Just
before,
don't. That's the whole
just don't.
message. Just don't. Like, I'm all for protesting and rioting and revolting and stuff, but you can't do that stuff when you're being enticed to do that stuff. That's the wrong time to do that stuff.
Hmm.
That's the time to remain calm
Hmm.
and not do that stuff. So don't buy into
Yeah,
the
don't
hype
do that
and the
stuff.
wolf
If
tickets.
you wanna, it's a good time to watch mainstream news. There's entertaining shit on there. If you don't usually
Why is
like
it a
watching
good
it,
time? Just because there's ridiculousness on there?
because there's ridiculousness on there. That's all.
Yeah.
I caught when I was at the airport later. I'm not
Maybe just
whatever. Do
don't.
what you want to do. I'm not encouraging anybody to
Maybe
watch
just
whatever you
don't.
want. But like when I was
I
at the
could point
airport,
you in the direction of a lot of really sick music you could listen to instead, and that would maybe be a more enjoyable usage of your time. That's what I've been spending most of my media time on,
you've been
listening to
watching
music,
4K graphics too. Will you do
playing
that?
with music and stuff. I actually haven't done that since you left. Decided to take a break on the drugs for a moment. We found these visuals on YouTube, and they're made by this amazing visual group called TAS Visuals, and
Maybe we should
well,
just throw it in the background while
there's
we're
a
talking
must
about it. Because it is
is that
episode 42, Zach, and episode number, if you
is
know,
that
number
legal?
42 is the
Is
meaning of
that
life.
legal? I'm not sure if
You think
that
so?
is I
Think
have
it's
no idea.
copyrighted?
I never know, man. I don't know
I,
anything about anything. I'm gonna go ahead and put it on here at least for a
yeah,
moment, so you
yeah. I
can
think we
get a
should
little
get.
taste of what
Dude,
we're
just
talking about,
check this
and
out. So,
hopefully my connection's good enough to stream you something worth watching. You should watch this in the highest resolution you possibly can, in the darkest room you can, with your favorite music, and just
yeah,
stare at the center of the screen the whole time. It is very good for you, um, in my
oh,
opinion.
man.
I really enjoyed it. We're gonna bring it up
Um,
here. I got it somewhere. It's around here. I know what I'm doing.
yeah.
Swear to God.
Enjoy it is an understatement. I don't. I think me and Zach have talked about this a bit. I don't still understand this fully, or I feel like my being gets a lot more than this, than I possibly have a framework to articulate it in yet. That's how it feels, and like little bits and spurts. But really, like, oh, bummer because the upload or something, it's not as crisp. But the
Yeah,
this, and
not as crisp.
I wonder if it would be and is good with any music. Because I know we were doing D&B tracks that yeah, so, yeah. I wonder. Yeah. Anyhow, so I'll tell them about the
You got
ayahuasca
to
patterns
watch
in there.
this on your own connection. My
Hmm.
upload cannot do it justice. I'm dropping a link in here. Uh, what were you saying right there? Sorry.
Tell them about the patterns, the shipable patterns.
Oh, so the patterns that are going off diagonally, that look like, I don't know, like a bunch of little circuitry, that's basically the standard shippable Ikaro. They basically map songs, or really more like melodies, with this, and it's the same stuff that, if you can see on, you can see a tapestry back here, but this upload again. There, that same line work is basically inside of here, just in different patterns. That bricky pattern that they have right there is a common way of producing it. But it's cool that they've kind of like integrated some indigenous type things in there too. They really just draw from like a ton of symbol sets. Like you can see actually on the, it's probably too blurry on the stream, but the thing that's actually in the background right there was a different kind of
Yeah.
Ikuro too. It's it's really cool. Yeah, like the, I subscribed and will drop my own music to it later.
Yep.
That's what I'm really
Yep.
looking forward
Yep.
to, is getting like
Why don't you record
a
it
whole
too? We kind of
bank
want to
of
watch you react
samples
to it.
set up, and just like, running some simple like bass lines and drums over the top of like the percussion setup, and then just playing with tons of different kinds of like melodies and sweeps. And I was just like screwing around with Joe today. Joe like showed up over here, and I had found these new samples,
What up,
and I
Joe?
had this like, I don't know what I would even call it. A kind of a track going, right? Like it's a good groove. We'll call it a good groove, right?
All right.
And
Yeah.
then like I was just explaining to him just like how you can record shit, and I don't even remember what the stuff that I ended up with on the like vocal sampled, but it's all like one voice of it's all high pitched and the other one's all low and it's echoing and reverbing, and it's so just ridiculous because I I think the first thing that I did was just go ow or something like that and
Mm-hmm.
recorded it, and then like so Jen said something, make my heart, it makes my heart go like some way or whatever.
Uh-huh.
And then so I recorded another sample that was like, makes my heart go, and like then we tweaked that a different way and then offset it so it was like, now there's this groove with this, makes my heart go ooh, makes my heart
Yeah.
go ooh. It's so
Yeah.
ridiculous. But
Awesome.
just doing that kind of shit on the fly, literally just playing with stuff, but then also trying to make it fit to these visuals. You gotta get like good enough at shit in order to be able to do that, and I'm not good enough at shit for that, that's for sure.
Dude,
But
but the
it's already
samples you're
fun.
just the samples, yeah, I was gonna say the samples you're just talking about though, now I'm getting super excited again because it reminds me of being in the tunnel and we're all making those random ass sounds for a while.
Yeah, I got the
And like,
USB cord yesterday to be able to actually get those
oh,
off the thing, so I don't have to use SD cards and shit.
oh yeah, do you think those are actual decent samples? Or is it gonna be blasted out or something because of the tunnel? No, because you're able to adjust the
Some of it'll be fine. The directional mic that I had recording was pretty far away, and then
Hmm.
it's directional, and it was turned
Yeah,
down
yeah.
quite low, so I mean, it should be good. Like I checked levels and everything on it, and it sounded like it was recording what would be mostly acceptable stuff if we weren't going like too
Cool.
crazy.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
when I
yeah.
was like sitting right next to it and saying shit, it's probably not any good. But like the stuff
Yeah.
that's down in the tunnel, there might be stuff on there. If not, like I'm gonna go
Cool.
down there like focused sometime and actually like record proper
Whoa,
samples.
look, Kevin, look, sun. Sons of the sun. Cinnamon in my hand. That's cool. It just happened that way. Maybe it's a sign in the sun. The sun sign. Dude, that's stuff. I'm super stoked
Yeah,
for you to
I'll
start
have
making
to
samples
ask
and
you
stuff.
like probably a lot of questions, especially about like repairing audio or, well, treatment of vocals. Like I don't even know like the basics. You know what I mean? And I figure like somebody who knows really anything about that, or like a good YouTube video, could probably give me an awful lot of good information and bring like quality of any vocal I was messing around with up dramatically really, really quickly. But
Yeah.
I don't know, because I don't know what I don't know. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I do know what you mean.
It's fun though, regardless. And like, I don't know. I got just a fucking ton of cool loops last night that, like, I haven't even really looked through all of them yet, let alone like played with the capabilities of all of them. And I have a bunch of other ones that I haven't even screwed with anyways before. So
Is that Joe? Who's
I
honking
don't
out
know.
there?
I'm gonna go see real quick. I will be right back.
All right. You know, it's funny because I was just there. I know exactly like where that car was honking from, right outside of their camper on the other, exactly where Zach was facing. There's a car on the other side, or two, or three. So it could have been Joe. Carrara very recently, and I miss you guys very much. Well, you, because I assume maybe Jen went out there too, but Zach and Jen, I miss you guys very much, and I miss them. And I cried on, dude. This is unexpected. Yes, I'm kind of emotional, whatever, but this was like, didn't. Oh, huh. Pause. Just got an Amber Alert, Wapato Amber Alert. Oh, for a car, blue Honda Odyssey, 1999, in Washington area. Apparently, I got another alert earlier about. Oh, yeah, no one right here about curfew in effect in Seattle. So it's interesting. Because that's where I live. Different cities are recommending. So interesting dynamic. But what was I going to say? So being down there and on the way home from the airport, after we hugged, and then I started walking away, I just unexpectedly just tears and tears and tears, and then Zach called back. He's like, Aaron, and I come back and I'm like, what? Like we had a really good goodbye. Like what? And he said, I just want another hug. And so I hugged, and I'm just bawling. For a while, and we hugged for a while, man, and cried a lot. And Jen got pictures. We should probably put them on the group page so you can see them on there. Yeah, that's what we'll do. I posted a few from. If you haven't seen them, I did create a album in the group page on Facebook where for soul family reunions. And so anytime anybody from the group, if you guys met in the group or you're both in the group and you guys meet up, please be in there, post pictures. We can just add to this album over time when just people, let's say soul family for many reasons, how you might take that, but think of the synchronicity of us finding each other across the internet, across the universe, that whole dynamic, to be in these times now, and then to meet someone to actually physically meet, like Sam and Colin met, from just meeting in this group. And so we've got that album on there. I was talking about how on the way back from the airport, I was crying a lot, Zach, and Jen got pictures of us, and she just sent them. Oh, yeah. So like,
she said she'll post them.
Yeah, cool.
I believe her this time.
So who is the scandalous person outside honking the horn? Is it Joe?
Oh no, it was our other roommate, and when he went to unlock his car, he pressed the wrong button and quickly reacted to it, so it was one honk. But
gotcha.
I just like to go check. I'm a curious cat. Curious.
You is curious, and he's also quite aware too. I've seen you use awareness in person. He's very an aware person.
I'm not sure if Jen is saying that the pictures are there now, or
she put them in
me down from the honk, so she's saying they're there now.
Oh, she put them in the expanded Facebook thread that we started. There's like 12 of us in there, 13. So that probably got to most people. I can go on that. We'll put it on the Facebook page too, is what I was saying. I got to talk about on my way home. I guess I could post those too, because like then Zach texted me something. I think he said, "I miss you already" or something. I was like in between flights. I saw I start crying again. So, and it's like, it's weird.
Aaron.
Okay, but look, it's weird because it's not like I just, in the moment, I was just, holy shit, I was just overwhelmed with emotion. It just was, So, all right, well, crying. Oh, it's good, man. It feels really good. I'm in the middle of the airport crying. I see people kind of look a little, it's like, whatever. I'm like sobbing. It's just like, clearly I'm crying. If they look my way, they could see like I'm crying.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's really sweet. Like that I don't care. I'm in a public place. I feel so overwhelmed with emotion because I already miss you guys that much in some dynamic. Like I didn't expect to miss you that much, really. It's just like we said goodbye. I started walking away and waterfalls. So anyway, that was my experience. Now you know. Okay, I feel like I'm moving, but did I freeze? Can you guys still see me? Because I think Zach's end froze, but I'm still here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? You said, no, it's a beautiful thing. Oh, you're back. Did I leave or did you go away?
My connection dropped.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully I'll have a better upload now, because the upload recently has been trash. But, here we are. I made it back.
Yeah, you did. Hi, Zach. I miss you.
Yeah, I miss you too. It was good having your energy around here. You have a very playful spirit, and we have a tendency, well, I especially have a tendency to be pretty serious most of the time, and pretty like focused and get stuff done oriented. So it's a good balance to kind of my standard format of energy, and I'm certainly trying to like learn how to be less fucking serious and practical all the time. So it's helpful to have someone around who isn't serious and practical all the time. So.
Okay, tell me in what way you feel like I did that, because I feel the opposite too. But I want it for me to you, where you've done things for me that were beneficial in that way, or whatever.
Much everything that you do, Like if Joe's listening right now, he's just like laughing at like that you would even ask that question. Like, it's everything you do. You're not, at least
Okay.
while you were here. I mean, you were here on vacation and shit. You know what I mean? You
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
have like anything serious to do. You're like from one fun thing to do to the next all the time. Like
Oh,
we'll be in the
right.
middle of doing something fun, and you're ready to do the next fun thing. Like, so. Anyways,
Hmm.
it's just who
Yeah.
you are. You're a big kid, not in like a bad way, but like you're just a
Oh,
big kid.
does that fit then? When I told you like when we the first week we started doing this podcast, having conversations, and you felt like you were trying to restore that playfulness or childlike aspect, or so I said, awesome. Well, that's part of the reason I'm here for you is because I'm a 6'6" child. So are you saying that
Yeah.
rings true?
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it definitely does.
That's that's still funny to me. To me, that's like my own symbol set or archetype I'm figuring out. I guess that's what I am right now. Like I don't know. I don't try to be, but I like that seems to be a fitting description. Okay. I guess I can go
Sure.
with that. And just
Yeah, it's
yeah.
just like the playful. It's just when a person, it's not really like a child. We associate, I think, like carefreeness to childlike behavior because we lose it as adults, not because it's
Mm.
actually like necessarily the adult thing to do or this other one's the childlike thing to do. We just
Yeah.
associate it with those things, I think. So it's really
Yeah.
just more about like being carefree, uh, not worrying about necessarily like the reasoning behind doing something or that it's like logical that we would do that now. You know what I mean? Like we're
Yeah.
already doing something. So like these kinds of things, these are all just like they're all you could lump them all under carefree behavior. And
Mm.
carefree behavior is not definitely not a bad thing. I mean, I lack carefree behavior a lot, you know.
Mm.
And I think it's probably actually better for a person's own personal life to err on the side of carefree over, over the side of like lots of practicality because the lots of practicality while feeling like safe or like it maybe like has more stuff in order or something, it's just not fun.
No shit, man.
It's not fun.
Jesus.
So
Goodness.
it's kind of more effective to go. I just think for yourself, it's more effective to
Yeah.
go at least err towards the carefreeness and then like leverage as much practicality as you have to rather than
Yeah.
like leverage as much practicality as you can and as much
Yeah, yeah.
carefreeness as you have to. So,
What an interesting way to frame it. It's funny because like wow, even me putting that frame, that makes sense of where the additional stress I felt and different dynamics of like the practicals of actually coming more practically, solidly in real conversations, real actions being taken here with my company, and that dynamic for me leaving the company in a very short amount of time, within maybe 3 to 6 months. And we'll find out more details as it goes along. And since we're on here every night, you'll get a follow my life story of going from carefree Aaron with a very stable income and structure for 12 years to I have no idea what we're doing next. And this podcast thing, if it turns into something that also sustains a living for me, awesome. But I don't know. So that's where it's at. So there's a lot of like, that's a major life shift at a core level. So there's a level of like
mm,
a reality of carefree when you do not have to, within the context of whatever your lifestyle is, when you're living within your means, who cares what that is? Then where money isn't a worry, right? Where you're just,
mhm,
whatever your expenses are, your income exceeds your expenses, and so you're just settled in. There's a carefreeness about money that's why the whole money dynamic and the interest in the bank. I mean, the whole thing's the core of like a lot of what we talk about that's run by ultimately money and private corporations and all that shit. And like, so it just the practical circumstances allow for a carefreeness not everyone gets to experience. And ideally, I would like
mhm,
that for everyone on the planet because like a lot of us don't even know who we are because we don't have time to just be carefree. We literally always have to worry about these things,
mhm.
or care.
Yeah, I
We
hear
have
you.
to we have to like focus on the practical. And like I think, and I haven't been that my whole life. I mean, I didn't grow up. This is literally just the last adult part of my life where I've really worked hard and had a stable life and dynamic. So I didn't grow up like that. I grew up with very little money. There's a lot of stuff we couldn't do, a lot of sports I couldn't play in, we couldn't afford them. There's a lot of, there's a lot of dynamics there. But it's just, I mean, it feels so long ago. It's in my experience, but my real adult experience has been very structured like at a
Mm,
core level, the finances where I haven't had to worry about them. And that's like, I remember achieving that like 5, 6, 7 years ago, like finally realizing like I hit that level in life,
mhm.
and like being able to, I don't know, to live that for that place allowed me the freedom to explore my own consciousness the reason we're even doing this podcast or even got this, Gmail account 7 years ago or whatever.
Sure.
Um, I don't know. It's just really interesting. They're just all variables to me. You know, their life circumstances. On one level, we chose all this. Another level, our nervous system, ego, that's trying to grow up in this reality and tap into our soul,
Mm-hmm.
has to deal with these circumstances.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
we.
just
I mean,
interesting.
we all end up with it one way or the other. I think the idea of the you spoke about like having the the means to be like more carefree. I think that's
Yeah.
really how like a lot of people look at it and what stops them from even being able to choose that. They don't feel that they have like this abundance of money is really if we're gonna get like specific about it. And so they don't
Hmm.
feel like they really have the space to be carefree and maybe like it really doesn't operate like that in their life as it currently is. They work 8 hours a day. There's a 2 hour commute each way. They got a kid. They're trying to sleep. These kinds of things. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
But that job doesn't pay enough, and so basically they don't. That really just gets them by, and then they have no choice but to focus on the practicality all the time. And it's easy to lose
Right.
sight of the value of being carefree when you don't. You have to like really kind of choose to impinge on your practicality in order to be carefree. You
Right.
know what I mean? So,
Right. It's funny because it's that the financial is one aspect, but I mean, this applies really, I guess, could to everything because it's more, if you're in circumstances, like I found a way to be carefree, very much like I am now, to the fullest extent I could be within the construct of my last relationship
mhm.
before it no longer was a space where both of us could grow. And so once I hit that boundary, then I mean, I guess it's very similar to the job dynamic.
Mhm.
Even though on one level it's a consistent income, could I still do it and do this? I could probably, but this job has been outside of my heart or my soul, if you will, for probably the last year and a half, 2 years. And it's been a struggle. And I've had these conversations with my boss over time. And like, this has been a very long time coming in a sense.
Mhm.
Um, yeah. So I think part of it's just like realizing I've saturated a space or framework, even financially or daily, job obligation within which I can grow. Whether I want to or not, it feels like my being is keeps expanding. So the stuff that won't
Mhm.
fit it is falling apart or shifting. Maybe shifting. There's a better way to say it.
Yeah, I think that's a very real thing that happens as you. I mean, I don't know ever know what words to put there anymore. People will say stuff like "step into your true self," "awaken,"
Mm.
"seek enlightenment," whatever. Like as
Or
you
or
come
just continuing
to
to.
in a certain way, I think of it just as like become more authentic with who you really are,
Mm.
and that it has a tendency to break away the things that you are not, yeah, or the things that
Yeah,
don't fit it.
or inauthentic, or
So
don't
it
fit it.
takes,
Yeah,
yeah, well, like doesn't fit it. Like, what is it not fitting? You know, like now at this point in time, I've decided I want to be like this, and this thing is not in line with being like that. It
mm.
kind of what you're kind of saying is like the change is needed because it's not authentic to the life that I want to live. Okay?
Yeah, and it's like it's almost at a level of like, well, you just don't choose to be so selfish and do what you want to do. Choose to want or use that money to then feel and it's practical advice. I get it. Like I wish on some level, like that's been the contention is
A
my,
lot of my
my,
own personal platform is about being more selfish, though. Really, personally,
right,
just because
right.
I think and I don't speak to everyone. I don't work with like highly narcissistic manipulators who do everything in the world for themselves and are willing to like twist the entire context of a reality in order to get what they want. That's not the
Mm.
kind of people that I interface with. I interface with people who are identify with the concept of being a healer, or they're very selfless, or they're trying to basically be of service to the world, or they feel like they're a star seed or a light worker or something like that. These people are generally like very selfless. We deal with a lot more of the person who's the caretaker than the one who has the is taken care of, right? So in many ways, like for the people that I end up speaking to, I feel like more often than not, the message ends up being like, you actually need to be more selfish than you are. Like right now, you fucking do everything for everybody else, but when it comes to doing something for yourself, you're like, nah, I'm good. Fuck that person. You know, it's like,
Right.
whoa, maybe do it at least a little bit the other way. You know,
Right.
so because it can go both ways. Like there's some people who literally don't care about other people at all, and there's some people who only care about other people. Okay,
Mm.
and they'll really like sacrifice themselves. Or another way to look at it, like people who are willing to sacrifice themselves for other people, and people who would be not willing to do that for anything for the other person, right?
Right.
It
And
would
so then
never
the
happen.
balance in between what? It's just this, I mean, this infinitely subjective place wherever you're feeling authentic in it.
I
I
don't
mean,
really
I guess
feel
the
like the
way,
balance is actually in between that for using the word sacrifice.
okay.
Yeah. I don't think you need to sacrifice yourself for something else
Oh,
in
I see.
really in any
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
way. But that's kind of like the way that it's looked at when you're inside of kind of like this dualistic dialectic of, someone's giving themselves for me or I am giving myself for
Oh,
them.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And in a certain way, even just like the capitalistic mindset is in this idea because the entire idea of being able to charge for one's services is based in the idea that, like, I'm giving you something of value, you must return something to me of value, right?
Yeah.
Whereas there's a kind of completely different concept of looking at this. It would be more, well, like Swami
Well,
Vivekananda postulated it with like the Vedic idea that
yeah,
if you come from the idea that all is self, you're not actually ever giving to someone else. Like you're doing for yourself all the time.
yeah.
And there is no
Right.
doing for someone else. And that's kind of outside of the concept of sacrificing. Like I'm not giving, when I
Yeah,
spend time talking to you, I'm not giving my time to you. I'm giving my time to another format of me, or also just like
yeah.
by getting the value of whatever experience I'm having, be it my own learning, reflection of myself, things I'm learning from you, good time I'm having, whatever. I'm engaging in that thing for myself, right?
Mm,
So on kind of two different planes, either the whole
yeah.
unity, everything's one kind of idea, or just that literally like, am I benefiting in some way from what I'm doing? Yes, I'm always gaining. I'm always having an experience, right? And that's like
Yeah.
got a lot of energetic value. And whatever's inside of that is technically what makes up that value if we're going to identify it and
Mm,
give somebody credit for it. But,
mm,
nevertheless, I'm always getting value from any experience that I choose to engage with. If the value that I'm getting from it is feeling like shit, feeling disempowered, feeling sick, feeling like I never want to do that again in my life, like maybe I shouldn't be doing those things.
mm,
But because that is the reward that I'm getting from that experience. And I think if you're moving from that, then I don't know, it puts responsibility onto my own shoulders to go like, I'm getting what I get, like what I take the action of getting from any situation. So if I'm going repeatedly into, we'll call it literally just a mine, right? Like it's a place where we harvest some kind of ore. If I'm going into the same mine over and over, the same relationship or the same interaction, and all this down in that mine is some type of material that I don't actually want. It's something, we'll say it's radioactive and it makes all the people sick, right? It's
mm,
my choice to stop going down and putting my hours of mining into getting the return that is radioactive. I should go to a
mm.
different mine and mine things that are what I want, right?
Yeah.
And so the
Yeah.
responsibility is back on my shoulders. It's not
Yeah.
like I'm not going, oh, that mine right there, it's toxic, right?
Yeah,
That
totally.
mine has radioactive materials in there that have some benefits, but you can also get very sick from them. And I'm not using that right now. What I'm looking for is this other stuff, right? Like nobody
Yeah.
has to be
Makes
toxic anymore. It's actually like their toxic is now just a trait that they have. It's not bad or good. It's just a trait. And it's not really even toxicity then. It's just a trait. You know what I mean?
yeah. Yeah, that's I really like that framework. That makes a lot of sense.
I mean,
You know, it's one of the aspects you talked about earlier in the past relationship I was in, like I was talking about being able to grow beyond getting to a point, and I guess this maybe is a really, I haven't thought about before, a great way to frame, or at least maybe a lens to look at any past relationship
mm-hmm.
or future relationship also, but just to also in hindsight or something, to see at what point, because I imagine at some point you felt like you were both growing together and enjoying each other, like enjoying whatever aspect, maybe it's just sensual, sexual, some you do an event or a sport together, I don't know, whatever. But there's a level of growing together, enjoying each other. But at some point, there's like you're not able to grow for whatever reason because of the where you get to a point where you see that growth is going to decline based on the person's choices or subconscious habits or traumas or generational patterns that just start to reveal themselves over time or all that stuff. Anyhow, so and then you get to a point where maybe if you stay in it too long, too long being what's the actual criteria for that? One level, infinitely subjective. At the same time, maybe the simplest criteria that at least I'm thinking about for me is a really easy, simple framework. Like if there's no longer room to grow, that's it. That's the criteria. And then how do you get there? I mean, that may take, over time and seeing things and conversations, but if that's the way it's going, it's like that. I mean, 'cause that kind of made sense for me in my last dynamic. That's where when I knew it was leaving at the right time in the right way, all those things. It's because I think at a core level, I just knew, and it wasn't just for the other person or for, but that us staying at dynamic, I was no longer able to grow
Yeah.
regardless of the other person. So that's more how I choose to disentangle from that dynamic, conscious uncoupling versus just, I can't grow here later, I'm out,
Yeah.
or
Well,
whatever.
I
But
think
not that
where
that's
you say
wrong, but
it's infinitely subjective, I think it's like you lean more into that. Really, is it like that's why we can't talk about it in terms of function or something like that. Like enough is enough when you decide enough is enough.
mm,
So you're the only one in any situation that can answer for yourself when enough was enough. You know, and we put all kinds of like criteria and stuff on it. They're like, well, I can do it if I do this, that, or the other thing, and then so, but really, like you could also just do it by just never talking to that person again, right? That you just maybe that you can't justify it to yourself doing it
yeah.
like that. So, but
And
when you
that's the
decide that enough is
infinite
enough, then that's
subjectivity.
when it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And somebody else, there will be other people out there who are like, you should have stayed longer, and other people will be
Right,
like,
right.
you should have left 2 years ago.
No
Like
shit. Yeah,
that,
yeah,
there will
yeah.
always be both sides of the coin, because it's just your subjective choice. You know what I mean? So is it that's like really the for me the answer to the enough is enough thing. Just like when you decide it is, and
Uh,
it's really for me. I've had this as a very active lesson in my life over recent times. For me, been progressively more about like that's why you're always doing what you want to do, even if you don't want to be doing what you're doing. That's
right.
actually something that you want to do in some way, otherwise you would not be doing it, you know?
Right.
And
Yeah,
take
I get,
fucking
yeah.
responsibility for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I find every day some place where I'm not taking responsibility for having the time that I want to. And I've found some way to justify it in the moment. Oh, this thing is, oh, it's just so stupid. Like, why would that even happen? And then I'm like not having the time that I want to, and I'm giving that thing the power over me not having that good time. And I'm like, wait
Yeah.
a minute. Like, like, what do you have going on in your life? Like, when is enough enough, right? Like, you got the one stupid thing going on. You could be all mad about that, but you have also all these other things going on in your life that are great. Like, when's enough
Mm,
great things to be like, nah, stupid stuff doesn't matter, right?
right.
Because
Yeah.
there's like, on a standard day, I ignore 99.9% of the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if you watch the news and consider yourself well informed, you still ignore 99.9% of the world. You know,
Sure. Yeah, yeah.
so like there's plenty out there that I could care about that isn't bothering me at all. You know what I mean?
Totally.
I don't like animal abuse at all. And thankfully, I don't hear about people abusing animals hardly ever. But I bet it's going on somewhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I could sit around pissed off about it all day. And if I like had it in my space, maybe I would choose to do that. You know what I mean?
Mm,
But maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I would be in control of my position. I would recognize it like, yes, I don't agree with that at all. But me having some type of time that's not aligned with the type of time that I want to be having with my time here is not going to help save the animal. You know what I
yeah.
mean? It's
Totally.
not
Yeah,
going
yeah.
to do anything. The
Yeah, yeah.
best
That
is,
makes sense.
it's probably actually going to put me into a place where if I do try and do something for the animals, I'm going to do that from a space of like anger or something like that. Some
Yeah, yeah.
kind of not as beneficial place of acting as like, yeah, look, like I'm blissful and I love my life, but really, like, don't you think we could all perhaps have a better life if we weren't strangling cats with belts?
All right.
Have
No
you
doubt.
considered that? You
Oh.
know? Or I can be like all pent up in anger and I can run over there with a shovel and just, tack the dude in the head while he's swinging the cats around by the belts on their neck. You know what I mean? Which one
Hmm.
actually makes it any better? You know, the second one for my money actually literally just continues the fractal of abuse. You know,
Mm,
so the cat got abused by the guy, so the guy got abused by some other guy who's basically acting like an animal with a shovel, right? And then the
yeah.
cops are going to show up and they're going to abuse that guy because he just committed battery against some guy with a shovel, right?
Right,
And
right,
then
right, right,
then
right.
then society looks bad upon the cops, so the cops are abused by the society, and then society
Right.
abuses each other because they're mad about the cops, right? Like,
Yeah.
where does it stop? Like, really, where
Right.
does it stop? Where does someone stand up and say, like, look, right here, this is fucking dumb, guys. Like, come on, we got problems, we get it, but
Right.
problems don't get fixed by screaming at people, marching down streets in mass, risking like your own safety in a lot of ways, because why are you even doing that in certain cases? Like, there are effective methods of protest, and they're usually not just like, hey, everybody just randomly get a hair up your ass and just go do some random shit. That's not really
No
a very
shit.
good methodology. You know what I
No
mean?
shit.
There's some level of planning that stuff benefits from.
Yeah.
And it's just, there's no reason we make these choices out of fear, out of anger, out of basically haste, when we feel like we
Mm.
don't have enough time to make a decision. That's why people, spiritual community for the last 30, well, forever actually, been pushing meditation. Meditation allows you to choose to have patience in a moment.
Mm.
You get to go, okay, wait a minute.
Gives you the ability to
Okay,
respond
so
instead of
I'm
react.
not going to be a jackass right here, but I really don't
Hmm.
like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Without that moment, like, if I didn't create that moment for me, when I didn't, let's just say when I didn't, when I did not create that moment of patience for me in my life, I was a jackass. I was breaking shit. I was punching holes in walls, kicking stuff. You know what I mean? Like all kinds of
Hmm.
random shit. Because I
Hmm.
would just suddenly, it was like, burst with a bunch of energy and just do something, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like, this it's so far away from the closest it ever gets was the other night when we were Joe and I were joking about how like the music and the visuals was so perfect that it makes you just want to like pick up the desk and throw
Right.
everything.
Yeah.
That's the
Fuck.
closest that I get to ever destroying any property on purpose right there,
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
I'm like, this is so great, I just want to throw
Dude,
everything.
I
Like,
got it. I haven't even. I'm just processing it now in hindsight. Right, there's so much shit that happened while we were down there. I can hardly comprehend. Like one day was a week at least, right? 10 days, like 10 weeks. I mean, it was just whatever. But like that, there's so many moments. But the night, like you and Joe are sitting there. I mean, for solid what 45, 50 minutes before I ended up going outside. I took a little break or whatever. But like when we were sitting behind the computer, that whole thing, the whole thing, Joe's just like screaming at the screen at different times, or and then really, I don't that whole dynamic, there's so much there that I have like I can't even use the word. Like I don't want to minimalize it, but say I haven't even unpacked what's there yet. Dude, that's true, but it's so much more than that. There's,
yeah.
there's just so much there. We got to get that in the background just going, just because, especially because episode 42 is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. So what a great fractal to have in the
According to the
background.
Melchizedekian priesthood, which is the whole ideology of itself, and has its own
Hmm.
gods and things it's worships. So don't necessarily agree with everything that they say without researching it a bit first. But you're talking about the
Little,
visuals. The visuals need to be going.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
mean, I
yeah,
guess I might as well, since I already ran them as long as I went. Like, if we're gonna
yeah.
get copyright problem, it's gonna happen regardless. Last night's episode is not up for a replay. If you went and looked for it, that is not my fault. Really, I mean, I guess it kind of is. YouTube copyright struck this because for 1.5 minutes of the video, in the last 2 minutes, it played a melody behind Terrence McKenna's voice while he was talking that was similar to a copyrighted song. So, yeah, my bad,
That's right. We don't want to
YouTube.
listen. We don't want
I'm
to listen to
sorry.
this music anyway. So that's good. Well, hopefully the visuals won't strike anything. Maybe because the graphics are so
I didn't
blurry
even
as
know it
it's
was in the
streaming on the
video.
YouTube.
I was trying to listen to Terrence McKenna.
No, I know
Yeah,
it.
if my yeah, maybe the stream's so blurry that they can't tell that this is something somebody
Right.
else made. Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. It's perfect. It's wonderful. So it's
In
just to
case
getting
they
your feet wet.
can, and even still, like TAS visuals, these guys are amazing. They're really more like, I mean, they're out of your budget as a consumer. You know what I mean?
Mm,
They do big
yeah.
events and stuff like that. But you should check out their stuff on YouTube. They post new stuff, and they even have like some 3D videos, which is cool. It's not as good as these ones, in my opinion, because it's all just like this canyon that you're kind of on well, a roller coaster ride, but you're not really going up and down. You're just being ferried through the canyon. You know
Yeah.
what I
Yeah.
mean? So it's not. I don't know. It could be a lot more exciting, but it was
Yeah. Yeah.
interesting, a little bit, anyways. I don't know. It was probably done for some kind of specific installation where that looks super sick, but I don't know. Like, have you seen any of their videos that are live? They do like the whole
No.
walls of entire like rectangle rooms
Oh, you said
for
oh,
like
they're the one. The
festivals and
TAS
stuff.
does that?
Yeah, yeah.
Really?
It's not the 3D
Cool.
projection stuff that I'm
But
talking
still,
about. It's
no,
just
no, no.
on
But
the
still, yeah,
walls.
yeah. Right, right,
But
right.
yeah, the 3D projection stuff, I don't actually know what level that technology is at. I've just seen a couple videos that kind of speak to it being pretty awesome. And you know it's going to get there,
Well,
right?
and it really I've seen it. I followed enough stuff online over the years and different tech that's out. Like they're already coming out. There's some I don't know the name of it. I think I even saw it recently on a Facebook ad, but I did run into it a year prior online, and it's a it's an overlay onto your projector. So you can buy a projector or buy it with a projector. It goes with one, or you can buy your own. But it does its own light overlay that's all done through code. They've got software, but you can do your own code with it. But it does the algorithms that matches the light on it and creates this incredible effect, like what we're looking at, in a more of a 3D dynamic. But
Mm.
it's like $1,000 or so. But I mean, it's becoming to a point. It's almost like if you had like four of those, it's not
Mm-hmm.
it's really becoming to a place where when we start doing events, which we are definitely going to start doing, this stuff is not that expensive or that hard to run. I mean, even the stuff we got set up, I don't think for the whole spaceship you got going on there, I don't think ultimately be too much more complicated, especially for you with all your coding ability and just your experience with shit. And I think people in the community, I mean, I don't think it'd be that hard at all. And maybe we can
Yeah,
put one
this
up in the
stuff's like
tunnel
so
too.
much work. It's a community. It's a community project for
Yeah.
sure. I
Yeah.
wish I don't even remember where these videos that I'm referencing in my brain all the time were. Maybe
Oh
I'll
yeah.
find them someday and be able to link them.
That would
But
be awesome.
I don't know, just
I sent out I sent
I'm
out
really
this.
just so psyched on the idea of just like really immersive audio visual experiences,
Yeah.
especially when you get this alignment of like I really like art, but I'm pretty bored with the way that everybody's done it. So there's kind of two ways that I look at art being worthwhile to do, and they all kind of orient around the idea of creating spaces, you know? And
Yeah.
the reason for this is because in my own personal art thesis, which I don't really know whether anybody else shares in the world, a good piece of art actually is never made by the artist that it would be attributed to because
Okay.
they never complete it. They do everything but the final stroke, but the final actual stroke of a good piece of art invites the conscious observer to place themselves inside of the story and have an experience that's never been had before. So it's always unique based off of their perceptual, whatever you could call it, data set,
Yeah. Yeah.
variables. And
Who did
the
set?
piece
Yeah.
of art leaves the space for them to do that. So when you're talking about the idea of creating basically like a large audio visual experience that they can immerse themselves in,
Mm.
you definitely like it's one thing to include like symbolism and all of this stuff that really like gets them to associate with certain things, but I think there's also something to be said to really just leaving a lot of space for them to imagine what really could be there and really putting them inside of it so that they feel that it's a different world that they're immersed in, so that they are in fact they're the most artistic piece of art inside of the space because the space is all similar to the art that was designed and they're the human standing in it. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So
Yeah.
they become the most artistic thing in the space, right?
Mm.
Because they're outside of the norm now. And if you're
Mm.
not rendering, the basic thesis is that if you're not rendering the viewer outside of the norm, your piece of art is not actually great. It's maybe good,
So
right?
what would you give a comparison of artworks if you can think or popular artworks something that I can imagine?
It's only really like a couple abstract artists I think have done this any good. Rothko, in a certain way, did it good with his series where he basically just painted squares with squares inside of them, and it wasn't. You could almost look at it and go like, "That's just a frame," but he's not really painting the frame in my mind. I think he's painting like he's inviting the viewer to place themselves inside of the space in there and
Hmm.
question what's actually going on inside of this realm that I've been provided with to project myself onto. So I think he's, in a sense, close to doing something. He did these kinds of like, they were kind of series though, in a way, with like different colors, and I don't really even know what his meaning was with it. I just like know of him from exploring various abstract artists, right? Like I don't really like
Yeah.
learn about their history and what they think about shit. I just look at their art.
No
So,
shit. Yeah,
having said that, one person that I have actually learned a decent bit about, certainly not everything, but and is worth learning everything about probably, is Vasily
yeah.
Kandinsky. Vasily Kandinsky, well, basically he's kind of like actually the father of abstract art in a certain way, in the sense that I think he really did the first ever truly abstract art. He painted a picture of something you can't see, because his paintings were all about painting the emotion that is elicited when you hear a sound or collection of sounds. And
Yeah.
so, in a certain way, if you know this about his paintings, all of his paintings are a visual color representation enticing you to try and figure out what it was he heard, right?
Yeah.
So it's very abstract in the sense that the vision does not entice you to have more visions, but rather to answer an audible riddle, right?
Yeah.
And so like that's very very clever in the sense that he basically creates a space where the perceiver can try and guess what the art is, but they'll never know whether or not they got the right answer in a certain sense. Certain ones of his he did actually like say what it is, but in other places he does not say what it is at all, right? Or
So
even
based
if he
on
does say like what music it's oriented off of, you would still have like the decoding of like, well, but what stroke means what, you know what I mean? And
yeah.
his shit's really like a lot of strokes and a lot of shit going on.
Speaking of different strokes for different folks, we got Kevin from Paranormal Portals live on the show. What's up, Kev?
What up? Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, that's what's
Yeah.
up.
That is
Going
what's
from
up.
visual to
I'm all about
audible,
audio
as
visual
Kevin is
experiences.
this Kandinsky is a perfect guy to do that with. For, I mean, like he crosses the line of visual experience to audio experience, really in a way that not really anybody else has. So
You think
really
this
cool.
guy was creating visuals based on audio experience on the video right now?
Maybe
Maybe not this one, but the one with the
I
ship
have
about
been
patterns, probably.
I have been in similar spaces in my own psychedelic journeys that had some of these patterns, and it seemed as though when I was in those spaces that either the frequency of the reality, or literally like everything that was happening in the reality, or certain elements of the reality were controlled by the sounds that were being made.
Mm,
So maybe
Agree with that.
yeah. Kev,
this
we're
is a
super.
Vasily Kandinsky piece of art, just because I like it.
Oh yeah,
He's on a roll, man. He's on a roll.
yeah. Do it.
He's just firing off the verbals.
So what do
Yeah.
you so describe this one to you, Zach, and your experience with it?
It's interesting. Like how does one describe a sound? Is both the best way to answer what does a Kandinsky painting look like to you, and also give a thesis on why he ever did these. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
it's like such a good riddled answer. So that's my
yeah.
real answer. Now I'll try and actually go farther than that for the sake of actually talking about something.
All right.
Not that I think
That's an
Kandinsky would
excellent
approve of
answer, though.
that.
Well
I
done.
think he would approve with the first one.
No
How does
doubt.
one explain a sound?
Yeah,
Well, the thesis here is that you can't use words, but we're going to like attempt, you know?
yeah.
When I look at Kandinsky's work, I kind of look at it in two completely different ways. I look at it in the way of being the way that I think abstract art should be looked at, which is with no mind at all. You just simply look at it. And then
Mm,
it elicits emotion. It elicits, maybe it creates thoughts. It's like a meditation with a
mm,
visual. It's not a mandala, but it is like a mandala, right? Like you look at it and you see what gets elicited inside of you, right?
mm.
Functionally
Yeah.
giving it space inside of yourself to be experienced. Then there's another way to look at Kandinsky's work and try and figure out, since these are all based off of some type of music or sounds, what would each sound represent? Like for instance, the on the left side of the frame, about halfway up, you see a black line that's mostly it's struck with a horizontal straight line, but it's like a squiggly line, right? That really like to me that feels like that's like a sax phrase or some kind of woodwind or some kind of flute,
Huh.
right? Like something like this. And
Wow.
I don't know why it just feels like that.
Right. I
You know what
love
I
the way.
mean?
Yeah, I love the way you did that. You said that. Yeah, go.
So perhaps that's the case, perhaps these more blocky chunks that are represented, kind of in the what would be the lower left third
Yeah.
and what would be the upper right third. Perhaps these are like certain drum patterns, one with like a larger drum, or maybe like it's like where you're seeing brown, white, green, white, black on the lower left third. Maybe that's some kind of kick drum, but the black, the green, and the brown, these hits have some kind of flavor on them that the white ones do not.
So like a
But
step
then,
sequencer, like the old school step sequencer layout, kind of. That's when you described that. That's how I saw it.
yeah, I mean,
Oh.
maybe it's like boom, 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 boom. You know what I mean? So that each, like, the whites are the same note, but the other ones are maybe some different kind of flavor. And that's really just what it felt to him. It felt like it was like rising and getting bigger. And maybe in the composition, it was that kick drum was placed ahead of maybe these other ones are snares or toms or something like that, or a hat.
Mm,
And those are also showing the same kind of representation of the sound where the color really just represents the emotion that that specific hit of the instrument generated, and the delineation of the angular lines is showing where he felt like emotions changed inside of what was being generated. So he's basically trying to give a visual or color representation of this sound with drawing, right? And
mm.
you know, so you can analyze every single little part like that. Like, what do you think it means? And I could be completely wrong. It could mean something completely different. And that's like the greatest part of it, is that it beckons a question that I can talk about. I could talk about this piece of art and what I think every single thing means, and it would take me like 2 hours. And at the end of it, my last thing that I would have to say is, but all of that could be completely wrong.
Mm.
I have no idea whether that's ever right. You know what I mean? So it's an infinite
See,
puzzle, really.
well, see, even what you just described, right? Whether it's this painting or something else, like the fact that the way you just shared your experience with it, I guess that's the way I phrase the question, I guess, which is probably a good way to phrase the question. Um, that's awesome. It's beautiful. It's just like we said, it's not about right or wrong. It's your experience with it, and your
Hmm.
experience with it, even while you're narrating kind of ways that to look at it. You look at, I'm having all my own experiences with it, kind of like a meditation, right? Like you're walking
Mm-hmm.
through this. I'm seeing my own symbol sets. I'm seeing things I definitely didn't see initially, and then seeing them differently a little bit later. And then the way you described like a wind flute, or that the visual, how that when you did that, that gave me a visual for just even when we experienced the flute, or the flute in the tube and the concrete tube when we were there, and like it. So then I refelt that experience, adding that visual. That felt right to me too, whether it's right or wrong. That worked, and it added to
Mm-hmm.
my experience now and at that time. That's really cool.
Yeah. I don't know. This stuff's brilliant. Like, Kandinsky's
Hmm.
so great, man. He's so great. So, you know,
I think you're great, Zach, and I think your experience with it that you shared was fucking fantastic. So thank you. And
I'm
your
very,
the
very
input we
grateful
said
for
too,
being
Kev, was great.
introduced to him. Like, so I was raised by an artist, but didn't really have a lot of appreciation for art. I think I kind of like blockaded it in myself, especially with visual art. And I was encouraged by an artist that I interacted with a lot just to look at more art, and I really like found this logical fun in picking apart the symbols. And it was really interesting, like the way that the journey that it took, because if it hadn't taken that journey, I wouldn't have actually completed the journey, because
Mm,
we like it started out looking at all these, like using sacred geometry inside of art and having heavy alchemical symbolism and all this shit. But then it like moved from that to like these artistic representations of the Pythagoreans and other various like Renaissance stuff, and looking at basically like the symbolism that was inside of there. And kind of slowly but surely, it eventually turned into looking at this like what you would basically call like hardcore abstract art. But I
mm,
had slowly like evolved myself into being able to look at it and just go like, oh, like I see just every possible symbol in the same place. Like maybe it's
mm.
this, maybe it's this, maybe it's this. And if I hadn't come really from like the other way, I wouldn't have really like had fun with it the way that I
Yeah,
did come into it. And so it
totally.
was like, it was fucking perfect for me. I love it now.
Yeah, no
So
doubt, man.
like really
Hmm.
love it. Like I don't just, that's what I'm saying. Like it's the difference between like I would have liked it regardless and like respected what they did,
Yeah.
but like I love it. Like,
Mm.
I don't care whether anybody else likes it or whatever the piece of art is, like, or even if I like it. I just like to look at. I love looking at it and being like, weird.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Well, just the fact that it attracts your attention for that long, there's some kind of meaning for value. You're mining, right? Something, you don't know what, but it holds value. It literally holds your attention. So you're mining
Any piece
something,
of
even if you're
art,
not
somebody
consciously
puts
aware.
so much fucking time into that,
Hmm.
man. Like, Kevin knows what's up, dude. How many times have you put it? How much time have you put into some of your songs? That it's like,
Let me tell you, there's a conspiracy going on in my Ableton shit tonight, man. I fucking Tony, I was so angry. Like we were talking about, talking and how I was talking about how I talk to myself a lot. Like anybody standing outside, I swear I was like, I'm getting ready to fucking break shit. Like like just small, simple edits. Like whether I recorded a vocal and it was fucking on time. But for processing purposes, I've started this new system to take that audio and put it into a brand new track with the master version. So that way I don't have like 25 tracks open. It's just the master audio. And that way, boom, 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 I can layer vocals and make that the finished master. So taking it from one track to the next, same BPM, same everything. I don't know. Now the vocal was not sitting where it just was sitting. I don't know, man. Like that. So that was literally 3 hours of me getting angry. Not like I was gonna rip this. It's funny you were talking about throwing shit when you like. I was at that point for real. Like, and I was like, no. And then like, thank goodness, I think I kept like Jin's show ended, and I went right back into editing, and then I like. This show came on and it, thank goodness, like, because I probably would have gotten closer. I probably would have thrown something for real, and then I'd be crying like a little fucking man.
Well, I'm glad our show has kept you from crying, Kevin.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about me breaking something and then crying about that. Yeah, so like,
every time I've broken something like from anger in the last like 15 years, literally 2 seconds later, I'm like, "You're an idiot! Why did I do that?" Like immediately,
Yeah.
fucking immediately. It's been more times than I would like to admit. Too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Realize like I was the guy who like when I was younger, you get pissed off at the skateboard trick that you weren't landing, so you stomp in the middle of your board, fucking break it. Like why? How's that gonna help any? Now you gotta go get a new deck tomorrow. Like,
Sure felt good in the moment though.
Yeah.
For half a second. That's like when we were taking the car off road. You're like, yeah, this is good enough. I'm also thinking about I don't want to have to think about the extra work I have to do in case we do damage something on the car. So it's like balancing out like maturity, I guess, or whatever, just learning consequences. It's like, yeah, nope, this is far enough. And dude, the fact we took the car up there that second time, that made that, like I said that day, right? That made it a million times more enjoyable than the 45 minutes in the heat. No fun.
Yeah, I don't like walking places I don't have to walk, honestly.
If we had a bike, though, Joe, I told Joe we need to get bikes. Bikes need to be a thing next time. We definitely need bikes. Because there's a breeze. You can pedal. It's not as hard on your feet, in general. Yeah, bikes.
Maybe
Albert Hoffman liked bikes.
Bikes.
I'll probably just use a car from now on. I'm not going to lie. It's faster than a bike, too.
That's true. Oh, you're old enough to have a car now. I guess so. All right.
Yeah.
I guess you can be an adult, have a car.
Yeah.
Yo, what you were talking about earlier about the making the audio visual stuff, like.
Oh yeah, let's tell him, Zach.
There was like software that we used at Guitar Center that you can literally program lights that have the DMX connection. It's basically like the 3-prong XLR looking. Except it carries data down the cable instead of a mic signal, and you can hook that into a board. And the shit, you can just program like a whole, however long you want it to be and however intricate you want it to be as well. It's pretty crazy what you can do with that shit.
Right.
Sounds expensive. I like it.
Actually, I mean, maybe the software, you get what you pay for in that area. So if you go on the cheap side, you're going to get like only a software that can do some stuff. But if you're trying to like balls it out and fucking like have an experience like that, it might be like a couple $100 or something like that. And then it's also how big of a controller that you want and how many facets or gobos that each light fixture can do as well. So it's sky's the limit. Or you could just get something that triggers a projector screen blown out to a fucking big ass thing and have that kind of same shit going on, programmed to particular mix, live set, whatever it might be.
There's this place in LA that has these domes, and they do big projections onto the domes and do these audio visual experiences. That'd be close to what I want to do. I really wanted, I saw this video of literally they're basically 3D visuals as you would expect them, right? Like geometry breaking apart and moving around functionally. But that is actually holographically projected into the space. Like in one part of the video, there's actually a guy standing in the middle of the room, and all this shit's going past him, happening around him.
That's dope.
I'm really looking forward to that, plus music with it actually time to it, this. Oh, so immersive, man. Dude, I mean, fuck, you remember the late 1990s rave? A little bit of a little toot from a fog machine and a laser array, and you were like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, man.
So this stuff is Jesus, it's insane. It's insane. It's not even close to what it was back then.
Dude,
and now already had thousands of people just oh my God.
Yeah, when we were looking at that, so the 4K fractal graphic video earlier, the TAS one. So when Zach and I and Joe were looking at that down there, listening to different D&B tracks, and that's why we're super stoked to see you. I don't know if we can do it. Watch Kevin dude. What if Kevin just watches it on his screen and we watch his reaction, and he puts on some music? Dude, there's something to this. It's incredible.
I caught the first second on my actual screen of the shit I subscribed to, and I was like, nope, not right now, not right now.
Yeah.
I was like, I gotta save that for later. Let me drop a track, one of my own tracks on it, and see what happens.
Shit. Yeah. Dude. Yeah. Just tell us how that goes. Come on, I just want to hear the full experience. If I can record it somehow, I'll do that. Yeah. Yeah, man, because I need to be doing more of that. That's going to be happening more in my life. There's shit there.
Yeah, I can't wait to just play with that with a live looping setup, just so that every time something's happening on the screen, you can kind of live toy with it and play all kinds of weird little ear candy sweeps and fills and all this weird shit.
Sure.
Whenever something's happening, and it's it turns into a video game basically. It takes it even farther.
Wow.
I was already I was totally sober, ladies and gentlemen. I fucking literally, by the end of the night, I stopped doing this after several hours. I've done some LSD in my life. It always left me with the same exact feeling in my spine, and I've attributed that to an over release of basically dopamine from the experience. I stopped doing this after basically 2 hours and was gonna go to bed. And as soon as I was 5 minutes out of doing it, my back felt exactly like this. And I was talking the whole time this is ridiculous. This is literally giving the dopamine response of a drug level response. It was, I love music. I love video.
Yeah,
I'm at
sense.
my home place. It's all a crispy ass monitor. My friends are around. We got good brand new resource monitors. It's loud as fuck in the middle of the night. We got all the things, right? It's together. But it was a fucking experience. It was not just listening to some music, watching a video. That so does not fucking do justice what I was experiencing.
Dude, that's to me the thinking about now. Let's hang out and watch a movie, right? Let's do that. Let's hang out and watch. Let's back it behind that screen, get up in that setup, turn out all the lights, dude, fuck. We also had Kevin. We had these diffract. What are they called? Yeah, just glass, $8 glasses. I think it's just diffracting. It diffracts the light. You can get.
It makes the light go all over the place from every light.
Yeah, like sparks of light. So it takes the whole screen and extends it out twice the size of the screen all the way around with additional light patterns that change.
6 inches off the screen.
It all makes it all holographic. Without a projector,
Hell yeah.
And this is the closest thing, and then it's already that's the thing. It's already like this massive dopamine response. And
We
then
had
you thought
already
of the
watched it
glasses,
for like an
remember?
hour, and I was like, all of a sudden it occurred to me, I was like, the glasses. Like,
Oh my god! It just took it. And then you just put them on and go, oh my god! And then we just take turns. Oh my god!
yeah.
And then what Joe, one, I don't know, you and Joe, or whatever, just started just going, sick! Sick! Just like want to pick up, throw the table
Dude,
multiple
it was
times.
so sick sometimes. It was so fucking
Unreal. Because because the video is totally unrelated to the music track we're playing. And it didn't, not every time did they match up, but when they did, and way more often than
sick.
is
It was
possible.
real same neighborhood BPM, the shit that we were
Right,
listening to,
right.
whatever the
But
video was made to.
but laying
so it
them
was
over
real
it?
close.
Yeah, and then having them catch, and then when the moments would shift, oh, my
It was
grandma's
so
coming to check
perfect
on me because I was
sometimes.
yelling.
Oh my gosh.
Good.
I'm good.
Yeah, dude, insane, really cool, sick. Sorry, grandma.
No, that's how, like, something told me, like, I saw that split second of it. I was like, nope, not right now. Not, nope. Like,
Yeah.
that's why.
And then we had came up with things. We're finally like thinking of just random ways, little just shit to like expand the idea. Like then doing the split monitors, right? And we're like,
Right.
holy shit! Then we got 2 different tracks going up, either timing them or just right. The 2 videos, so they're the side either just right, exactly the same, or a little off, which does its own thing.
Right.
But then the monitors were 2 different colors, just because they're 2 different models and whatever. So it was a little distracting. And then the one we have is on the highest resolution, which is great. But that goes up to like 4K, 60 FPS or something.
Nice.
The way he uploaded that and rendered that, awesome.
Yeah. Crazy.
Awesome.
Talking about it gets me pretty pumped up.
I know, man. It's like, oh, we have to stop talking about it now and we can't watch it? Okay. All right. I guess we can change subjects.
Well, that's the podcast for tonight,
Well,
guys.
all
We're
right,
gonna
we're
go
gonna watch
listen to
some
really
stuff
loud
now.
music and watch visuals in a dark room
Yep. Oh, man.
for the rest of my
And
life.
and we did a coherence meditation around that video, too. I think it was a really fucking great idea. That was awesome.
That does sound, damn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack came up that. Yeah, talk about it.
Oh, really? Just the whole idea that, like, the idea of coherence or coming into, you could call it entanglement with somebody else, is really all just about, like, doing the same thing at the same time. And if you're trying to build entanglements or build coherence with other people, it's about generating experiences where there's, like, a lot of sensory overload. You're doing a lot of the same things at the same time. So since this thing's already ripe with same thing at the same timeness, the visuals matching the music all over the place, and
Sure.
you get a bunch of people in the same spot, and they basically all just stare at the center of the screen, you know what I mean? And then their brains are doing the exact same thing. You got
Hell
music
yeah.
around them in the space. They're all sitting in the same space, choosing to do the same thing, not thinking about anything, just focusing on the center of the screen. Like, it's just so much syncing. And that's really just all the entanglement stuff is about, creating a whole bunch of synchronization in between 2 seemingly disparate minds. When the 2 minds start to become synchronous, then they don't seem disparate anymore, and they don't seem like they have disconnection from one another. So,
You know what's really awesome? So, like, the thought of doing, like, because we talked about it down there, we got there, and we were talking about doing it that last day, like doing a coherence meditation. Like, you and Jen and I doing a coherence meditation for the podcast stuff, for all that stuff. And, like, the thought of, like, okay, how do we do this? Sit in a room together, close your eyes, meditate. Like, there's ways to meditate, and that's fine. Like, that's the avenue that works. We know that. Maybe we'll sit back to back. That's a cool way to do it. Like, whatever. Like, that's cool. It's fine. I'm excited about it in a sense. Yeah, I'm excited about it in a sense because it is cool. It works for human connection, for coherence, like in a meditative state, like, all that stuff. But, however, the thought of going, bro, let's go meditate. And what I mean is, let's go fucking turn all the lights. Exactly. That sounds so exciting. And it does the same thing. And it does the same thing. Because I can. Let's meditate. Dude.
Berserker meditation.
Maybe that's a whole new thing. Maybe it's not for everybody, right? But for people,
It's
like, to
not.
me, but for me though, like, or to me, like, in that as an additional avenue of coherence for yourself or with other people, fuck, man, awesome. What a cool, I
It's
think
funny
we
because
found
you
it,
said
Zach.
maybe it's not for everybody. Guess what? Like, sitting in a room totally fucking silent is also not for everybody. There's
Yeah,
a
no
lot
doubt.
of people that don't like that shit.
Yeah.
No
There's
doubt.
probably more
Actually-
people that don't like that shit than like what we're talking about,
Yeah.
honestly.
Isn't it like in that totally silent room after 45 minutes in their own thoughts, they fucking run out
Right.
of the room?
Hearing their blood, hearing the blood go through their body and just shit that freaks them out. Sounds of their mouth.
Ah!
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't happen inside of this. You just drool a lot as you stare at the
It's a
screen.
different kind of like fucking being immersed in like
Yeah.
yeah.
He's
Hell yeah.
just like, what the fuck? Like, how? What's happening? Sick.
Yeah, sick. Dude, and it's funny,
Oh,
and
man.
people can only imagine so much. Like you've done the beat a little bit. I don't know. I didn't know, dude. D&B is new to me. I mean, I just got into EDM like last fall, and then the D&B.
Welcome, Aaron. Welcome.
Oh, Nick.
Welcome.
Hold it down. We've been holding it down.
We've been holding
so
it
many
down
things.
for you. But
Oh,
thank you
nice.
for holding it down with us now.
Cool. I just found D&B like, gosh, maybe this when I went down really being immersed in it, I've heard a little bit maybe here and there, but I've never like sat and listened to a song. That's like mostly what you and Joe listen to all the time. So it's on like most of the hours of the day, which is so like being
It's
down.
been a mainstay inside of the kinds of music I listen to are basically tech and progressive house, hip hop, and drum and bass and breaks. So, and drum and bass and breaks to me are kind of the same thing.
Sure.
They're not the same thing if you want to be a stickler about the genres, but the way that I'm feeling when I want to listen to some breaks, if you toss on some DMB instead, I'm like, this is sick. You know what I mean? So like they hold the same space,
Yeah.
right? And those are like, when people say like, well, what kind of music do you like? Really the way that I answer that question in my head is like, well, if I had control of whatever the decks, the CD player, the whatever, what would I put on? And really, it's really just like one of those three genres. So drum and bass breaks definitely like a big feature in that, because it also like, well, I freestyle, so drum and bass and breaks, you can just MC over the top of it. So it can be drum and bass and hip hop at the same time.
Sure.
If you can freestyle over the top of it, you can turn every single song into basically this more like MC to drum and bass style way of
Ask that
doing
guy.
it.
Ask
So
that guy.
that's like it's great, you know what I mean?
Motherfucker had a burst that was like fucking that just wouldn't quit.
Yeah, it's long. It's
If you
long.
drop that shit at a battle, man, the competition wouldn't have shit else to say. That's funny, man.
Well, the battle would be over because the verse is so long. So literally, people would run out of time and need to leave. Have things to do.
That was good though. I like that though. That was unexpected. So normally you get the opposite. Like people get all inside themselves and conscious about it, and then they like just do like very timid 3 lines, and they're like, and then they back out of it still. But like, I don't want to see that side of you, man. Like,
Yeah.
If you have the confidence, it's just us. Fucking do it, and then fucking. So I respected that. I respect it. Like, make it fucking 30 minutes long. I don't know if I'll be here when you're done.
Yeah, I might leave the call, but I respect the game.
Down, man.
If it's got a timestamp on it, dude, we're good. I'll be like, damn, son.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, I don't know. So drum and bass, I listen to it a lot. Joe was really explaining it like yesterday, where he's just like that. Everything else he listens to either seems like it's too fast or too slow, but drum and bass is always the right amount of fastness or the right amount of slowness. Everything else is either too loud or too quiet, but drum and bass is the right amount of loudness and the right amount of quietness. And like it was basically everything that you could list about music, but like that, right?
And that documentary, like is great on that. Like it goes to that timeline and it breaks everything down. Like I got
Kevin, will you resend that to me? Because I think if you send it to the group one, that's like 200 text messages up, and I'll never find it. Can you send it to me directly?
I'm never finding it.
I'll never find that. I've already scrolled up through it like 50 times today, trying to catch up, and then every time there's just more.
Absolutely,
I've got bits and pieces.
Yeah, but like those songs, like from the first track that they drop, as soon as that documentary starts, which is John B. Up All Night, like I have that fucking record right there, and like I was just like teleported back to that time frame when I was in that. Like it was so great, man, and it felt good to get rinsed out in that for a little bit, rather than the chaos and the bullshit that the media is trying to instill in people. So that's why I was like, oh my god, like had to post it so people, if they felt like it, they could fucking.
Yeah, man. Well, it's so funny and like synchronistic, that you posted that for the documentary too. Because like I was saying, so DMB is new to me literally in like the last 10 days. Really getting immersed in it. Well, like getting immersed in it was back in Joe, and like because Joe was saying, because I was talking to him about down there different songs, like different dynamics in the song, and like and with Zach, and like Zach introduced me to Andrew Huang. Have you ever seen him?
No.
He's a producer. Some Zach could describe it better, but he does.
He's kind of really more of a YouTube sensation, but he is really he does really high quality music production, but he has some interesting things that he does on his YouTube channel, just like having multiple producers make a track out of the same sample, or playing with weird analog synthesizers and strange shit like that. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So fun sound production stuff, basically.
Right on. So like a live session almost. Like
a lot of the stuff he does, he's showing you exactly what he's doing live, and some of it like.
Oh shit! I have seen that. Okay. I have. Yeah. I've seen the tags. I've just never clicked on the bit. Okay. I have seen that.
So Zach showed me one on there that is of them doing a sample from a squeaking door, a door shutting, right? The squeak of a door shutting, and then they redo their own tracks based on that. So it's really fucking incredible, man. And like I get music, I get like I get like a lot of aspects of music, and I get enough of music to know, like I think Zach and I were talking about this with even with the visuals is a similar thing with the visual aspect of tweaking it, but the amount of like infinite nuance that you can put into it is so insanely beautiful. Like I don't even know how to comprehend that. That's way beyond just like back in the day up until I guess
it's incomprehensible.
Right, no doubt.
Do not try. Man. I mean, try to comprehend it through your work, but don't try to comprehend it with your mind. It's incomprehensible. Just make new ideas.
Yep.
Right. So that whole thing, and then Zach's got a board now to do the live looping and do all his own shit, and that you're doing that kind. I don't know. This shit's just really okay. And so I was talking to Joe about different like aspects of it, and then also they were pointing out, and also so it was interesting is being able to watch Zach and Joe respond, because I'm sitting there with them, watching this stuff for a long time too, and I'm super like I'm getting my own experiences. I'm hearing things, but they're hearing way more things because one, the monitors, so the speakers are newer, so there's nuances in the music they hear that they hadn't heard before, even in similar songs. Then also things they hear that even I just wouldn't pick up. So hearing them dialogue about little aspects, like then I start to hear it in the song, right? And then I see additional nuances, and I'm like, holy shit! And it's just like holy shit. The whole thing is just and Zach was Joe was saying that like he said, yeah, it's kind of like when you listen to it at first. I think he said something like at first it's just kind of like okay, and then he listens along, he's like, huh, I think there's something here, or it's like this is really good, right? But like over a period of time, I don't know, days or just time, like there's layer because of the sped up multiple beat patterns or the all that stuff. I definitely I can see how it can be totally overstimulating at first, like your brain doesn't know what to do with it, right? So if you sit in it a while, especially with the visuals, Jesus, but like you sit in it a while, there's some kind of entrainment that happens. It starts to make sense, and it feels deeper than just like, oh, now I get the music. Like there's some fucking like get out of the Matrix level shit here, bro. Like there's something in it, like because it's connecting to something, some kind of coherent reaction inside of myself, In
that documentary, they say once like D&B heads, once you start down that path, like he asked Jacob because he had gotten away from drum and bass, and I was like, well, listen to this really quick. and now he's totally back in the fray. He's totally back.
Really quick.
I was like, got him back in the fray. But like once it's in there, it's something that just clicks, and you'll always be. And they call it the bastard child of dance music. But and it's always remained constant, and like no matter what, like dubstep was built off the back of drum and bass. Dubstep's now shit the bed, but D&B is still there and will be there as well as as well as boots and skirts. But like that's not my deal, and like it is what it is. Everybody's got their own thing, but I was like sitting there thinking, and the other thing is I never got into in the beginning. I wasn't into the punch your mom in the face, like really gritty, nasty, access virusy synth. Like I eased myself into it kind of, which is weird, but at first it was like smoother, like jazz and bass kind of stuff. And then one day I woke up and was like, give me Ed Rush and Optical. I'm fucking now it's
all acidity.
Now I just love that. Like the raw, the like the grittier, the better. Like, but within context, it can't be like a fucking wet fart sound. Like, just you know what I mean?
It's got to be that thick, full fucking sound. Where oh god, It makes you make a face. And
Yes.
when you everybody has one of these faces.
Dude,
And
I've
when they
got
really
that.
fall in love with that kind of music, there's a face that sounds generate. And when it generates that face, it's good enough. That's the good enough mark.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. So I mean, all those tracks, I just each one that they were playing, I was like, oh, I was instantly like teleported back to like where I was when I first heard it, which club I might have been at, which bedroom I could have been in, like hearing the vinyl, like all that. It was awesome, and like when I was done, like the experience that I felt like when I came out of it, I was like, this is fucking great. Like I'd literally forgotten the world for about an hour and a half. So
Yeah.
that's why I shared it in the fam. Like just that felt really good to shed everything for that, brief period of time. Try to make that shit 24/7, sad.
There's a hip hop
Yeah.
documentary that came out recently too, and I was really hoping that it would be like that, but it just didn't fully do it for me. It was interesting to me, but it was just like not enough. Miss some parts.
I think the way that they did the Defiant ones on HBO with Dre was the main focal point. That was fucking awesome. Like I just loved the way that everything is basically, you see the man behind the curtain, the wizard is Jimmy Iovine, this small little Italian white guy from freaking New York, and he's like I had never heard that guy's name ever, and he's the man behind Eminem. Pretty much any band that you heard off of Reprise in the 90s that was fucking fantastic is Jimmy Iovine. I'm like, how did I not know this dude's name? Like,
I didn't know that, but I don't know that much about music, so that's interesting. Good. I'm glad I know something that you didn't know.
It's a 4-part series, and it's like 2 hours each part, and it goes through hip hop, at least from their perspective. Actually, with Jimmy Iovine, it starts from his engineer days with Fleetwood Mac and him dating Stevie Nicks, and then Bruce Springsteen, Tom Petty, and then it goes into Dre and stuff. So I thought it was done really well. Like that kind of shit, at the end of it, you're like, oh, like you're motivated to go out and fucking make some shit and get on the fucking grind and do that. Like kind of like how that Messiah track I sent you, Zach, that's how like at the end of the documentary, that shit that's just fucking banging. I was like, oh, like I immediately fired up Ableton, brought up the synths and shit, and just started looking for that sound. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
somebody had like the perfect comment in there in the YouTube comments on that video. That was like, a track's good when people in the comments think it came out in 3 different years. And they were like 2000. People were like arguing that it came out in 2000. Another person was like, no, it was 2001. Some people were like 2005. Some other people were like 2009. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, and this other guy was like, I had the vinyl in 99. Like,
there's always the hardliner. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Typical EDM scene. I actually had this on white label back in 1982.
There it is. There it is right there. That's the
I just fucking hated that with Digweed sets back in the day. Like I was interested in DJing, wanted to know what the tracks were at least. And you'd like, here's some amazing set from Digweed. You'd see the track list, and like 3 of the tracks were named, and 17 of them said white label, and you were like, "Fuck yourself, fuck yourself."
That's where you get like. So if you don't know that, Aaron, it's like where, like back in the day, there would be snobbish, I'd say, DJs, certain ones, and like they would press what's called white labels, and it cost a little bit of money. And I don't know, when you talk about the dubs, that would be like the 12-inch, the really small ones, Zach. Is that or were they the fuller sized platters?
Who asked John Digweed? He was the one with all the fucking white labels.
They were probably. There was probably the smaller ones too. So DJs would show up to shows with these little ass vinyl records and shit. So they were just pressed. Specifically because it was new and they wanted to unleash it to that club, that scene while they're doing their.
It wouldn't say like who it was by or what the name of it was or anything. I mean, like the DJ knew, but so it was like. It was an undone track, basically.
Like a club you couldn't get into unless you knew that motherfucker or meh. So that's so in a way it created like a cool thing, but you kind of felt like, oh, why can't I know that? I mean, but it's all kind of done away with now because everything's digital, and unless they're being true dicks, they'll want to tell you who it is and what the name of the track is.
Wait, so what did
And now you hear a sick ass set, and you look at the track list, and you're like, "Who the fuck are all these guys?"
Exactly.
There's a million producers nowadays.
I wonder if they could throw up like a track or something like the white label thing at a show or whatever on the screen with a barcode, right? So you can get Insta to a link, but it's only for that track that one time. That's it. Like after that night, it's disabled or some shit, or who knows? I don't know.
Hey man,
That's a pretty sick marketing approach.
It is. That probably, from what I understand, however much it used to cost, and they go over this little shop that's in UK that all the big names that you would know went to. All of them did. But if Groove Rider came in because he had BBC Radio 1 show, like everybody would get pushed to the back, and his dubs would get cut priority first, and everybody else was like, shit. Like if they had a gig that night, they'd be short. You know what I'm saying? So like it's just funny, like to hear the big names talk about like shit like that, and like it lets you know. And it talks about the advent of the internet and how that changed how people listened, downloaded, and got more into the scene. And people like Goldie and shit were hating on and some of them even were calling drum and bass like pop drum and bass. I was like, ooh. I was like, I see how they're referencing that word there. Like they're hardliners, like were kind of gritting on it. And even Goldie was outspoken to say, like, I'll have a problem with that shit until the day I die because blah, blah. I'm like, all right, dude, you can say whatever you want because you are who you are. But the more, and the others, like El Hornet from Pendulum was like, the more that it brings a wider audience into, like people that never had access to drum and bass before, the better off the scene will be. So I see it like that, unless you're like doing experimental shit and you're taking it way out there. But drum and bass has really never faltered from what it, the BPM it is and like its format. There's people doing like exciting new shit with it, and there's huge production sound nowadays that weren't there back in that fucking old like do fucking sequencer shit. Like like 8-bit fucking shit that
what?
like
Okay, tell me to give me some context here for the betterment of the modern state. What are some recent abilities they've been able to do in D&B tracks, or that you've heard of that you'd never heard of before 5 years ago, whatever, 10 years ago, like that? There's some pretty, 5 years ago, even 3 years ago, some really recent, some new.
Just because of DAWs like Ableton and the capabilities, like all you really need is a sick ass laptop with some RAM and processing speeds, and like know how to work your machine, and possibilities are fucking limitless. You know what I mean? Of course, doing too much can alter, and basically at the end of it, your experience. It's happened to me a bunch, which is why I've just gone and fucking just reset like my shit like a bunch of times. But I finally got into a groove of like, you know what? This doesn't ride pendulum sound, so it's not on their dick, which is what everybody tries to copy nowadays because they changed the game for sound quality purposes.
Pendulum sound?
Yes. Like there's snares specifically called Pinja snares as a sample. Okay. Like that's how good that like you got a whole sample bank based on like Rob's, El Hornet's like sample techniques, and they fucking up the game for sound quality, man. There's shit that comes out of those guys' speakers, and I'm like, what the fuck? And every single producer on that documentary was giving them that respect as well. So that's when like they, call it pop on some of their shit, but you got to give a tip of the hat when it comes to production, man. That shit fucking, it holds it down like no other. But then you've got, say, I don't know, you might have to go back to the beginning when it was called Jungle, is how it started out, which is based off an amen. And that's like an amen or a tramen is that little voice that you hear like, Anna, like it's very simple, very bare bones. It was maybe not that complex. And that's when tracks were 10 minutes long. And like, but it'd be very repetitive is how I'd describe it, but that's how it started. It got its roots there, and then as technology's progressed, the sound has just gotten infinitely better to where now they're dropping lyrical content in it, where that wasn't a real like mainstay back then, but now like fucking phenomenal vocals are always being dropped in it, and that's the element that I've kind of embraced too, because I'm a musician first, not a fucking we can fucking DJ on the Zigga Ziggas, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm trying to up the game but do something original and not be on the next man's dick. Like, I'm influenced by what Pendulum did for sure. You can't not be. But I don't want to be like, I don't want to even name names that sound exactly like that. I'm like, I can't even tell the fucking, is that Rob Swire singing on that track? Like, dude, man, get off the dick. Put the dick down, dude. Like, put it down. Like, so I just wanted to be like, oh, that's fucking Kevin right there. So that's why, you're talking about intricacies in tracks. Like, there's a lot of layers to songs that I make. And then I won't just ride a one loop for fucking 5 minutes and call it a day. I'm going to give you a chorus, and then I'm going to go back to what I call a verse, and then give you a bridge. And then sometimes I'll just ride out on that bridge and fuck you all up. And then so it's an experience, and I think it's original for me, and it doesn't sound like anybody else's. You know what I'm saying? So that shit it's taken me fucking how long I've been listening to this shit? Like,
it's hard too because you're so influenced by how all these other tracks have done it too, especially the ones that like really hit home for you. So it's hard when you're like, you get to, even if you do make something that like you're feeling good about what you're making, you're like already kind of unconsciously influenced, like, oh, this would sound sick with like a bass that sounded like the one from this song, but I don't want it exactly like that one. I need it different, but that's the sound that's in your head. It's just boom, 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 and you're like, that's the fucking bass I need, but not that.
Right. Yeah. Like, and then also like doing have reference checks, like when you think you're like fuck yeah, and then you pick an artist. This is how what they tell you, and it's kind of like the standard operating procedure now. Like all big names do it, whether they tell you they do or not. So like I would pull from somebody I sound similar to, or somebody I know that has straight awesome sound quality. You play their track, and then you go back to play your track, and your shit sounds like fucking like
sounds like gas. I thought that was done.
You were like all high and mighty 5 minutes ago, and now you're just like, what the fuck? You got to start all over, or at least not start over from the idea concept, but the engineering concept. Like you just like it deflates you a little bit, like you're like faster than this fucking sub bass, man, fucking. But all that just, in my opinion, it only makes you better. And I thought like the engineering part of music is what I learned last and most recent, because it's the most unsexy thing in music. I liked the playing like fucking, guitar swinging, Pete Townsend arm, like that kind of thing. And then I found out there's this other aspect to it. Unless I want to pay some fuck $200 an hour at a decent spot to not listen to my ideas when I have them, because he's the fucking man or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, because
you're paying him $200 an hour and he doesn't take your shit.
Right? It's like, I've got to disagree but I'm like, okay. So I'm like, let me just focus and learn this last part of it. And I just figured out, that last part of it, I'll forever be learning until I'm on the next journey and to the next dimension. You know what I'm saying? So that's a good thing too, because keep your brain sharp. Always keep learning. So it's an aspect.
Yeah, sound engineering is definitely an infinite nuanced place. Like you could keep on learning about anything new in there. If you feel like you've stopped, just like get a different synth or something. Right. And then you feel again, you're like, how do I make this do shit? Like I can kind of make it do shit, but how do I really get the most out of this thing?
Oh man. I feel like a vortex into this shit. I'm like, Aaron, you could definitely throw your life into this.
Oh, and another thing, they say that there's studies been done, and most intelligent people listen to drum and bass, by the way. Just saying. I'm totally not even making that shit up.
Although I totally believe you now that I've had my experience with it, so please understand. I bet everybody says that about the genre of music that they follow, and I bet there is a study that supports it. But really though, objectively, I can fucking see that shit. There's like I said, man, there's fucking layers there. It's almost like it brings your brain into a state of like fucking meditation, man. It brings your state into some weird multiple levels of coherence or something. I don't know. It's really interesting.
Sure. Like, but that's how like people that once they get into it, they're in it for life. You know what I'm saying? So whether that study is true or not, I was just trying to make sure you don't slip away from the grips of drum and bass, man. I'm just trying
to... If what you're saying is true, I mean, there's nowhere I can. I mean, it's not like I can get away from it.
It will make you smarter.
It would also make you smarter. Increases
classical
your
music while you're in the womb, and as soon as you're out, really thick bass.
Well, I'm just saying with like guys like, you know, Zach, your brain, and Aaron, like your brain, like if you're sitting around just chilling by yourself at night, you know, shit's just going. Like now Zach's got a controller that those thoughts can become this thing and you're creating at the same time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To like, that's why wouldn't I try to encourage somebody getting into this mode to become part of the family of creativity and shit? And
well, you know what? Like I've said to Frank since I met him, at times I'm like, I'm dead serious, but I also don't have the image. I have the same image in my mind that he has when I say it, so I know it's funny, but it's also true. But now I'm starting to get some more imagery where I said to him, like, Frank, you and I are going to do music together. Like I do music in a lot of weird ways, my own nuanced ways. I can sing decently well, and like whatever. I can, you know, there's shit. So like, but I just knew, and like it's kind of funny because like he's never seen me sing. I can sit there and rap with him. It's not, you know, it's not quite like that. So it's kind of funny. But I'm thinking like, but this kind of stuff, I could just see ways of incorporating vocal. I mean, stuff you guys are already doing on your track. You know what I mean? The Sons of the Sun, the whole dynamic, and bring Robert Hawley in, and just different. And I think Michael Britt's got a part in that too, right? Did you ever something?
No, it was straight like on the track that I released here. That's Frank's sample talking in the beginning, and then it's just what I tweaked. That took me like like 2 hours.
Yeah, that one's just you and Frank, right?
Yeah. And Frank's just that sample part, like that was a me by myself in my thoughts, flowing off of something that him and Robert were doing because he said like, hey, let's do the the mantras. I was just like my subconscious heard that and it wouldn't leave the space. So I fucking just went with it. And that's, you know, me sitting by myself.
Bro, would you be willing to go, or because Zach away he can do the share screen? I forgot what we didn't figure out last time, or you gotta run, maybe Zach's gonna run it. But it'd be cool if like you'd be able to show even on, dude, we do this every night. Why not once a week even dedicate an episode? If you want to do like just do some shit you do online, like do some sound engineering, like all three of us. I'd love to learn that shit. And then we're doing the podcast anyway. That way it's not taken away from my day in some other capacity. Sure. Like you'll go over shit you're learning on that you've done or with your music. I'd love to just have you break down the music you've done. I'd love to re-listen to that song even tonight. I'd have a totally different appreciation for it, I imagine.
Shit. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So that'd be cool. Come on, Zach.
I'm totally up for it. I want to play with sound all the time. I mean, I'm even going to go here in not entirely too long so I can play around with sounds with Joe when he gets done watching a movie too. So,
and yet, and to add what you were talking about earlier, Zach, like, however your sample banks start, like it doesn't matter if the audio, if they're recorded a certain way, you can get something hopefully to restore them or beef them up to sound like 24-bit quality shit. But it doesn't take that much. You can take a silly laugh or something that you guys might have recorded on your own, and yet it'll strike a nerve. And the next thing you know, there's a 5-minute fucking track like built off of that shit.
Yeah.
And like, that's what I've told you. Like, there's old shit that I've played acoustically and like electronically, guitars with distortion and stuff, that I can go back in, load into the sampler in Ableton and just chop it. And I've created this whole fucking world of new material from shit that I've written, let alone the sample banks that I've been collecting and making for however long. So it's infinite, man. So.
Well, all the samples I have right now are like high quality downloaded from somewhere. So I'm not in the realm of like, oh, what is this? You know, like audio quality kind of stuff even. But it's just like you can get so many of them so easily because being a sound guy, you hear like you sit there and you look through samples somewhere, and it's like, well, this one's dope. I could see something cool with that. I could see something cool with that. This one's neat. Well, that's a cool sound. Like,
Mhm.
Yeah, and then you're often then like that's a vortex unto itself. But so you got to like build up or know you like, okay, I've been doing this too fucking long, and it's now I'm distracted by it. I need to get out of there, download whatever I think the vibe is that I'm feeling, and then just shut it down and then come back to it later. Like there's monthly subscriptions to places. I use Splice that and they have they actually worked it out with manufacturers now that you can rent to own software, pay small monthly payments instead of their huge freaking taxing ass shit. And all the samples that are made from members are free to use, no copyright kind of stuff. And like I've just started downloading stuff that doesn't go with drum and bass, but yet when you chop it and lay it out a certain way, it's so awesome. Like how I've been able to just catch this like wave of creativity.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's amazing what somebody's done with a fucking vocal sample that went, ooh.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's like, what the fuck? There's a track already. What the fuck?
Yeah, man. Let's listen to some shit. Let's get Kevin shit going. We'll listen.
Well, I mean, unless he's sending something to me, it's not me getting Kevin shit going. He shares his screen on there.
Oh, can you do it now?
I don't know, because I'm sharing a screen. I guess I can
see what it was before is I was on that new freaking browser. So this time I'm back on Chrome because it seems to be the one that's stable at least.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I tried to share my screen earlier and it was like, Brat! So it kicked it back. So I might just have to do the same thing I did before.
That might just be because I have my screen shared. I don't know. You can try now.
All right. Shit. How do I do share screen? That usually works.
There's a little box on the bottom left that says share audio.
See, this Chrome has lost permissions to that follows these. God.
Boo.
Oh, okay. That's what I did not do. Man.
Meow.
Meow. There we go. Oh.
Meow, Zach.
See, if I do it that way, then I'll have to quit and then reboot it. And so I'm just going to send it to you.
That's fine.
Thanks.
Thanks.
That saves me time.
Meow.
The best.
I got to fucking make sure that it's... Dude.
Jen said meow.
Meow!
We've been neglecting our comments. Jacob said, so he popped in, he said beep, beep, boop. And then you were talking about showing him that track, bringing him back to D&B. And he said totally. He said totally. Just said angry junglist. LOL.
Jungle did kind of feel like an angry music in a certain way in its early days, just because there was like these hitting drums all the time, you know, and they were, I don't know, loud snares a lot of the time. It felt different than the other rooms at a rave. Like if you're at a big rave and there would be like a jungle DMB room. There'd be like maybe like a house room. There'd be like the main room, which was always like this big room, trancey shit.
Yes.
But like the jungle room had or DMB room, whatever you call it, it had like a very different vibe. Like, it just wasn't the same. It wasn't bad. It was just different.
Yeah.
People were more there about the music than the camaraderie or anything like that. So they were much more zoned into just like listening.
Yep. There's always like, I think I've been to maybe a handful, maybe count on one hand how many times they made drum and bass to feature in the main room. And like, you definitely wanted to be there for that if you were a D&B head, because that shit didn't happen. But that's when they bring in like a huge headliner. And it's crazy talking about it, how it was. And I'm just like, oh my God, like how many times a week there were shows going on. And they were decent, big names, reputable names. And now, like, at least in DC, you get like a once a fucking month because they built the Nationals baseball stadium on top of that fucking club that hosted all this shit for like 20 years. Like they just sold the club finally. I mean, you got to get in where you fit in, I guess. I don't know. But it's kind of upsetting, but it is what it is.
It's kind of upsetting.
It's kind of upsetting. I know if I can just taking a second here.
It's all gravy, baby. It's all gravy, baby.
Feel free to talk amongst yourselves and shit.
I was waiting for
Take
the
my
same
camera
to say.
outside and smoke.
Yeah, poke your eye out.
Poke your eye out with that stick.
Oh shit.
Battery go left.
Seeing what I said, like have backups of the backups. This is the fucking issue because I'll sit here and fucking I've got doubles and triples of shit. And then if I save something, I got it. That was quick. That was actually very, very. Pat myself on the back.
Well done, Karen.
Matty.
Well done, Karen.
I'm getting faster at this technology thing, man.
I'm doing good, Ma. I only deleted my shit twice this week. But I had multiple backups.
Dude, both me and Frank have been like the victims of just I don't even know what the fuck happens. Like
I know.
when you're
I was there when one of them happened.
Oh my god, that's wrecking. Like your gut just goes.
Yeah.
Because you're always like, well, at least I'll have the able.
His shit was gone. His shit disappeared. All of it. All the shit. That's what. Yeah. Because me and you talked about this. Because it was after I saw Frank, right before I saw you on that trip, and it was literally gone. But 2 days later, it was just there, but it was gone.
That shit happens, man. But like I've got a time capsule like down out in the main room. Then I've got these externals here that just happen. So it never, like I think it happened to me twice, and after that second time, I was like, fucking never again. I never want to feel that way ever again. So that's why I have backups of the backups of the backup, and like it's redundant, but I'll never like that feeling. I was sick, man. I was like, oh.
It was funny because most of that, like when I was the 4 years of like acquiring knowledge and that all shit. I mean, I had backups in Faraday cages. I mean, I wasn't crazy about it. It became a lifestyle. I'd regularly change out. I mean, not even once a year, or 2 years, I'd change out the one in the Faraday cage. But I'd always have a hard drive, external hard drive, and then Dropbox, which I've used for like 10 years. But yeah, not having all that, but making sure everything was backed up everywhere, all the time. Because yeah, shit would drop. I still have a hard drive from 2010. It's like a terabyte of stuff on it that I dropped and lost all that stuff. I've got it because I know you can pay like $1,200 and put it in the clean room, where you used to be able to, and there's cheaper ways now. I've never paid to do it, but I've held on to it, so maybe I can recover the data off it someday. But who knows?
That's damn. That's quite a bit of fucking money to have like that
just to recover, and just to recover the data. Well, like okay, here's what's interesting. So on that one too, and I think most of them I had otherwise. So I did like. But compared to this stuff that you guys are talking about, like low-level sound engineering, but doing, I'd remix tracks, so like from different things that either I'd speak out or different speakers, and then remix it to musical instrumental tracks, and do it at the right timing, right? So the voice, like the way they do some like Alan Watts shit and stuff like that. So I did some of those with playing with different, there's a lot of things you can play with in there. And then there's a video that I don't know if to throw on the channel sometime or something, but it's I did on YouTube. My other YouTube channel, the A Kessler 86 one, I think. And with the friends that were all in this group, I cut the images of the heads out and overdid it on the intro to Captain Planet. All right, and then cut in different audio, different parts for the names and little slogans where and then had to go frame by frame, using their different pictures, changing the. Anyway, I mean, I did that for a lot of videos. I did a lot of videos for a while, audio, video stuff. Just super dove into it. That's what I'm saying. Like you guys talking about this, I feel the vortex of like. I remember those days, and this is a whole other level, and this sounds amazing.
That's like, like you can really get super deep into the like that next aspect.
Just all of it. I mean, just the thought of like even everything, just being able to make your own sounds through the day, you know, or hear
Sure.
pickup sounds, and then just get home and just fucking start mixing that shit and make some shit that's so beautiful to you at the very least, right? And just some creative way that's different every fucking time you sit down. Incredible.
Yeah.
It's great.
And-
I
and
like it a lot.
hopefully, yeah, that's the most important part because that builds confidence within yourself. Because, like I said, if you don't have confidence in what you're doing when you try to have somebody listen to it, they can sense that and they're not going to fucking they'll be like, I don't want to fucking hear your shit if you're all timid about it and stuff like,
Sure, yeah.
like, so you got to kind of walk that line where it's cockiness. It can come off that way, but it's a confidence about you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
So-
maybe just like I could see myself finding joy in it, or other things I've made. Like I find incredible joy in like, holy shit, that I made this. Like it's incredibly moving to me. And like it's very joyful to listen to it, to do it. So when I share it, it's like confidence. Yeah, it's like I don't know, the cockiness. It's just like, holy shit, this thing's fucking really cool that I made. You want to hear it? You know, you may like it, you may not, but I made it, and it makes me feel really good.
Just don't get butthurt if somebody's like, play some scattered. Like, or
Yeah,
like,
yeah. They're like, oh, that's
fucking
great. Turn
thumbs
it off.
down your shit. There's gonna be like plenty like
Yeah.
haters love that, like especially
Yeah,
like on social media, just to do
Oh, I
it.
bet. Yeah,
Like-
yeah.
So there's always
Yeah.
gonna be
Start
everybody
ripping it
likes
apart.
it. It's gonna be that one guy that's like, I thought it
Yeah,
sounded fucking suspect and fucking.
Nah, I heard what you did there. You fucked up on that part, and that sounded like shit. Nah.
Wow.
This track that you sent me, this is the track that you made, right?
It should be the same exact one I sent before.
Okay, we're gonna hear it again.
Oh god.
Will said smoke break. Hi, Will. We can smoke break together.
Unless I sent.
Appreciate everyone who's in the chat. All of you guys.
Yeah, that's that one.
All right, so we're gonna listen to this track again. This track
Yay.
that we made. We've heard
Oh,
it
it's
on the
called
show before.
Interspace.
It's called Inner Space, and we're gonna hear it now. I'm just playing. it
Volume
off
is
of
going
Facebook,
all the way
so
up.
I don't know how that works.
Watch
but
the
we'll find
volume,
out.
remember? Watch the volume. It is coming, comes in abrupt. It
I got mine all the way up, so it is what it is.
Yeah, so
Might
maybe
hit me
put
really
the
abrupt.
speakers down
You just
a
don't want
touch,
it to like distort. That's all I'm saying.
Mm.
It doesn't sound
and,
fuzzy and like dog shit.
let's see. Let me actually.
Meh.
I don't know
Hey Zach, can we
because
pull
I'm
the?
not adjusting the volume on there. I don't know whether this is actually gonna help anybody on the stream side of it. So watch your own volume. All right.
Oh, in that
watch your
case,
own
yeah, let me turn it
volume.
down a hair. All right, go ahead.
All right.
Hey, can we put the visual club on? Yeah, huh?
Can't do both of those at the same time. I'm not streaming.
All right. I guess.
The bird starts spawning
Yeah,
here.
volume's going up.
And then as I look inside, I realize that the Superman character is based on the creator being. Never really died. It just might take my body, but this energy is going to jump into something else, and at one level, you're not even going to be able to touch that. Touch that. Touch that.
it'll just go. It goes out from there.
What was the line there?
The Sons of the Sun.
Yeah, okay, all right, just making sure. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Dude, okay, I love what you started doing about 4:30, give or take, and then this dynamic in music that I've really appreciated with EDM is when it going from all the different beats or the different hard-hitting notes, if you will, to more of the synth and the more of the fluidic sounds. I guess you could call it that.
The
Right
ending
into
is
that.
like drawn out, and that was for the seed mantra specifically, so you could go traditional style without a beat at the end. It's a little drawn out, like I would have faded it out earlier, but it gives a DJ plenty of time to mix a track, start mixing the tracks into that next one as well.
Gotcha.
So that's why that's there.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Is there, because the other part of me is like, I want to hear it go again, like go through that last fade part, but then pick up again, like, and I know it's like,
and
is there
it was like that originally, but I was like, let me just dial it back and go out traditional style for that specific purpose. Like it was the one word, like seed mantras that somebody that had never done a seed mantra or been even around it could follow along with and kind of get into that.
Is it something that I don't know how much work this takes or if this is a thing people do, but like, is it a thing that where you could have a version like that? Like you said, that makes sense to me where they can mix in with other tracks.
Remix.
No, like, and then a version with the longer one, like you're talking about, where it picks up again. So the track's like twice as long, because that sounds great. I want that one. Yeah. Then I'll put it on repeat. We have Frank Castle.
If I do the remix, it's called, oh shit,
Frank Castle.
What up, Frank?
What up, man?
Son.
What up, homies? Sons.
Oh, sons. Frank, it's good to see you, man. How you doing?
In a crazy place right now. It sounds like.
I didn't mean to interrupt the show.
Nope, you jumped right on time. We just listened to Kevin's track. That's the one Frank's is on too. Yeah, the beginning, the one you and Kevin did. Maybe we can listen to it again now that Frank's here. That sounds good, and then we can all talk about it together, please.
He wants the go juice.
The only thing that would make it better is if we added that fractal like right in the middle. Then that would be amazing. Frank, what you up to, man? How you doing?
Crazy as shit.
What's up, bud?
It's good to see you guys.
Good to see you, man. It's really good to see you.
The neighborhood got hit with a curfew today. Everyone's fucking
Seattle
phone
did
went
too.
off at the same time.
Yep, mine too.
Yeah, it was weird. We were outside, and everyone's phones, you could hear them just going.
Yep.
I was like, holy shit. And I'm running back and forth between houses. And the posters are up by my apartment with Paula for the riot. Right? You guys saw that post?
Yeah, I did.
Co-op City?
I didn't see the posters, no.
I saw that shit, yeah.
We'll go grab it.
Yeah, I put it on my page. and that's right down the block, man. That's right down the block from us. And my grandparents live on the main street, on the main on Morris Park. So we're like where the stores are getting, where like people protest and roll up on shit. We'd be like in the main area, like 15 houses back, and the houses are tight, so I could throw a football 15 houses. I was talking to a family member of mine who's a high-ranking guy in corrections. I can't say who he is, but he was here. He was dropping some shit off. I started talking to him, and I says, "Let me ask you some questions. You don't have to answer them if you don't want to." He's like, "No, I'm cool. Whatever you want." I just started talking to him. I said, "Is it true they're paying people and busting them in and doing all kinds of shit?" And he's like, "Yep." And then he just started rolling with it. So they all knew. All the little conspiracy theories about George Soros and shit are 100% true.
Yep.
They're like, he's like, he's doing like analytics now. Like he's not, I don't know, like a grunt worker. He's close to retirement. So he's been running numbers and shit. So he's like, between the lies with the virus and the numbers. And I go, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Well, that's bullshit." And I'm like, okay. He goes, between that and then the run-on things as they start occurring in the different departments, he's running the numbers as they go through. The people are getting arrested, the people they're letting go. Like, so he's viewing it from behind the screen, and he's like, it's quite disgusting. And they all know what's going on. Like they do have a heads up on it. But I said to him, "Did they? You having any issues yet? They throw anything at your building?" He goes, "Oh no, not yet." He goes, "But you never know." And what happened last night? Parts of Lower Manhattan burnt down.
Wow.
So they're just bussing people in from different areas. I know, talking to the crowd, it's like we all know this kind of, but I'm just kind of sitting here in this weird position of being on the avenue, and then the main train hub is my apartment. So they're like a mile away from each other, but it could take up to 15 minutes to drive there, but it could take 6 minutes if I just jog. Right? It's really weird. It's a weird situation because they have it all. Yeah. It's like all locked in. There's no secret way out of the neighborhood now. We used to have back paths and roads that we could get out onto the highways and shit. There is none of that. It's like a box.
Damn.
And when they want you in it, they just shut it down. But the thing that sucks is Paula and I are on one side of the parkway where they're putting up those signs for those riots. Where I live, where my grandparents are, is like where you would protest. But everyone's kind of playing it cool here. But then one broke out. I don't want to say the bad neighborhood, but it's fucking shitty. And the people are shitty sometimes. And it's right down. I'm not even a mile from that. So it's like, you'll have like beautiful home, nice area. And then a couple of buildings and then the projects. So you'll have a few streets in between you, but that's it. They usually stay local to that area. But there's a million people over there just locked in this tight little fucking area and all shops. Ooh. So when the shit hit the fan over there, it's like 100 people gathered, and then 100 more showed up, and then 100 more started jumping on. And it was just working its way through that neighborhood. Now they have a lot of mom and pop shops, regardless if it's a shitty neighborhood. There's still beautiful stores and the store owners, and everyone's trying to do the right thing in this. There is no 6-foot ability to stay away from someone in the Bronx. Wow. Where I live, maybe I've had issue everywhere I went, but it's like a maybe. In the tight where it squeezes in, there's no ability. Even the stores, you walk in, you're bumping into people, like everyone's just on top of everyone, which is one of the reasons why I can't wait to get the fuck out of here. But once again, we're at a point where you can't run nowhere. You think you can, but you can't. You got to kind of ride this one out, and you don't want to get stuck out on the roads, because this is what happens. You got 8 bridges over here, and at any time you could cross into a borough. You could be in a neighborhood. There's like parkways that cross from one hood to the next hood. All they have to do is walk out into the fucking street, and it stops traffic for miles. Where are you going? Like, you're not getting out of your car. You're not driving over protesters. You can't go anywhere. literally, you're like boxed in. Aaron, you saw the streets over here.
Yep.
You know, it's it gets tight.
Yep.
It's like, damn.
I see what you're saying too, from being down there too. I mean, just one person standing in the road, you're fucked. I mean, there's no reason you're an idiot if you're on the streets where you're at.
And that's why those
Yeah.
the paid instigators like get the crowd hype, and then it's fucking all she wrote.
That's what, you know, so I was like, so that shit's true, right? And he's like, yeah. He goes, I go, well, you knew this was going to happen? He goes, well, I started seeing it, and then it was like brought to our attention that everyone should be focusing on certain things. And I'm like, oh, this is pretty fucking interesting. So you did get the heads up. He's like, oh, yeah. So I'm like, well, a lot of people are standing down. And he's like, well, you're out, you know, you get overwhelmed, outnumbered. You don't want to just start shooting at people. You don't want to. It's a big problem. Like, I was telling Paula this because we live, Aaron, you were at the house. There's no safety or security there, right? Like the train station's across the street. I'm on ground level. Everyone's got fucking bars on their lower windows. I live in an apartment with no bars or no windows, and the windows are from 1940s. Can't touch anything, can't fix anything because the landlord's like, nope, can't put up a security system because she's 99. Don't believe in it. She believes in get a gun, protect yourself.
Ooh.
If not, nothing will happen. Don't worry, nothing's happened. I've been here 99 years. And it's like, you know what? It's funny you say that because I see people your age getting ripped out of fucking vehicles right now, getting pummeled. So maybe she is right. Get a gun or whatever you got to do, but there's no security.
Wow.
So that freaks me the fuck out because I could go there right now and just push my way into the house. And I don't think that's fair to have Paula there. I have to be here with my mother and my grandfather, and then running back and forth every other day. It's like I'm like I can't bring everyone to one place because they don't fit on one, and then they don't want our cats here, so I can't bring my animals here. So I can't leave them out in the open.
Right.
You know, that's
Yeah.
a whole nother
Right.
fucking thing. And I'm missing cats. Aaron knows this.
Right.
Recently, I've been fucking fucked in the head about it. Like I
Yeah.
lost my mind a little bit. This is why nobody sees me anymore right now. I've been freaking out. Not freaking out. That's the wrong word. And not worried either. I kind of got involved in my own little upgrades. And then during that time, some fucked up shit happened. And then more. And then I walked through it without having an emotional outburst where I wanted to murder everything. And then they were like, okay, you checkpointed. And I'm like, great. Now I'm missing 2 more family members. And my brother's having massive problems. He's sanitation. You know, the other family members' corrections. I don't know, man. You guys can see where this is going. And it's like pulling and doing this weird fucked up thing. And people I feel here are going like, well, this won't happen here. It's literally, dude, I was just outside. I was texting Zach. I had just snuck back into my house. It's 1:20 right now. So like 10 to 1, I snuck in. When I mean snuck in, I was in the street and you're not allowed to be out. All you hear is explosions.
Damn.
You hear fireworks, and I know they're fireworks because you can tell the difference, but then you hear explosions and you can't tell in between what those other sounds are. It like jacks up. There's 2 helicopters flying on one side. There's one coming from the other side, and I'm sitting in my backyard going, it's dead silent other than that. So then you hear police sirens, and I'm like, you know what? I'm outside smoking a blunt, trying to calm down, and I'm like, this isn't helping. I've never seen this. You know, I was outside my house the other night. I walk out, and there was a helicopter over us again. And Paula said to me the next day, I walked out. It was like over the house, looking right down at me. But they do this when they're looking for someone. But I'm like smoking a cigarette at 1:30 in the morning, you know, and you're looking at me. And then the next day I slept until like 12 in the afternoon. And Paul was like, yo, there's a fucking helicopter right over the house yesterday. And I'm like, why didn't you say nothing? She was like, I kind of forgot about it. I walked outside. It sounded like it was over the house. And I looked up and I'm like, holy shit. Now, you've been in the alleyway, like the yard. We want to, it's a fucking alleyway with some grass. But Aaron, when you drop a helicopter on there, that echo, I've never heard anything like that in my life. It's almost like a UFO is going to like abduct you. But they're using rocket ships instead of you know, I'm just like, what the fuck is going on over here, man? But it's happening all over. So I know I'm not picked out for any reason. So I'm not going that route with any of this. But they must have saw me step outside and I was standing in my robe like, what the fuck? And they're lucky I wasn't naked. All the houses that were empty with the apartments that were empty, They all have people in it now, so I won't ever do that. You know, when you're out in my yard, there's all those
Yeah,
windows
yeah,
and
yeah.
the other people.
Yeah, oh,
I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah.
you're like pulled
you're right
in
in the center.
from the street, right? And you're like, nobody could see me in here. And then you look up and there's 40 people looking at
Yeah.
you, like as if you're on TV. So, and I see
Yeah,
them at night.
and
You
your
go outside
grandpa
and smoke
put your
cigarettes.
clothes on. You're gonna scare your grandmother.
Now he does. Now he doesn't even care. He's just like, do what you fucking want to do, bro. You know?
Wow, you taught an old dog new tricks, Frank. That's a
Yeah,
big one.
man. Dude, this is fucking crazy. But at the same time, what bugs me out is I can't be in two places at once. I wish I could have my
Yeah.
multiples right about now.
Yeah.
Because I got Paula sitting alone
Yep.
in the apartment with fucking a colony of cats, and I'm here with an old man and an old woman, and I'm just there is no balance to this.
Right.
It's
How's
just,
Paula doing? Like, is Paula feeling okay? Is she feeling scared? How's she doing? Is she able to talk to somebody or?
What's really fucked up is her sister lives right where she lives right at Co-op City, like right where it starts. She's 3 houses away from it. And I mean 3 houses away. When you get into Co-op, it's all co-ops. So that's why they call it Co-op City. It's just giant buildings. But to me, it looks like projects. But when you go in,
that's where I was at for the Airbnb, right? One of those, a couple blocks away.
You were the opposite way where the protests were happening. You were, Aaron, I forgot about that. You were in the neighborhood that I'm talking about, where it got ugly, where 100 people showed up, then another 100.
That's where you were. What I was picturing when you said it. Yeah.
Under the train, if you go right or left, and then you were like a block from the train. I'm on the Parkway up further. The protest could take over the Parkway. They could shut the Parkway down and march right there. They have all the train stations, which is fucking crazy. And then if you get stuck on one side of the Parkway, you're not getting to the other.
Yeah.
So if I'm stuck here and the protest happens on the Parkway, I'm not getting back to my house. So which means I can't get to Paula. But that's where the protest would be, right on top of the house, like walking right past it. Like, holy fuck, here they come. So that means damage to everything.
Right.
Right. So and then Morris Park, where I'm at right now, it's all stores, just stores. And Co-op City is the next one over, and it has stores, big ones. It has a mall, and then it has co-ops, and it's just like, and it looks like a little concrete island onto itself. Anyway, so it's a mile away. So we're talking about a mile one direction, a mile in the other direction.
Mm-hmm.
Third direction, where I'm standing right now, is at my grandparents. It's just fucking weird, man. And they've got it boxed in, so there's no secret path to get there.
When did you talk to Paula? Is she doing okay though? She seemed calm and doing all right.
She went home and went to bed. She's like, I don't give a fuck.
Oh,
I'm going to sleep.
Good.
She plays it cool.
Good. Great. Yeah. Good.
We try. One of us needs to. Like, I was like, there's a curfew tonight. She's like, I'll be sleeping by then. I'm like, yeah, that's not what I meant.
I
meant their shit's gonna go down. You got to be ready. She's like, oh, I'm ready. I go, no, you're not. The cats aren't gonna attack a person if they come in the house. You're not dealing with Thundercats. You're dealing with fucking pussies. These cats are gonna run in every direction if people start banging on walls and shit. You don't have a fucking dog in here. She's like, well, we hope for the best. And I'm like, okay, good. Get that girl a gun. Hurry up. Anyway, so her sister lives right there with the fucking kids. It's just one thing after another. There seems to be no safe position except to hold your position.
Right.
Wow.
Right. As the observer. And then, I don't know, I was mentally saying to myself, like, there's all old people on this block, and I'm in this. The house down next door burnt down. The house on the other side's empty. They just sold it, but nobody's there. The house on the next one is just empty. And the next house, the lady died at the beginning of the year, and it's empty. And then there's people. And I'm like, wow, and then it's the main neighborhood. Like, you go down to the corner, you could literally get anything you want. So whatever you think you could shop for, I could walk down to my corner and get it. Anything and everything right on the avenue. So that's where it would go down. I was thinking about how to stagger cars on the block. How to literally stagger cars so they can't just run in and start doing stupid shit.
Right.
Right. I'm like, I've seen that somewhere before. I think the Koreans did it in the Los Angeles riots. I think I might have seen them doing that back then.
Yeah.
You know, and it's a weird situation because we don't want it to escalate to that. But, you know, whether paid or not, we talked about, let's bring the spiritual into it a little bit, the NPCs reacting, right?
Mhm.
So you get a bunch of people that rile up the crowd, just like the cop that we would get annoyed at that throws the first brick and then gets you to throw a brick and then arrest you. Or then they start taking your pictures and go, okay, round all these motherfuckers up.
Yeah.
Right? You got paid guys throwing bricks that are there to get people to throw more bricks and to start violence and burn shit down to the ground, whether you're a little kid or an adult or a fucking old person in a wheelchair, where that person seems was an actor as well, the person that got beat up in the protest. So they're pushing a narrative,
Yep.
but the dummies are going to just go along with it, right? You know what happens when the crowd starts jumping in.
Yep.
They mob some truck driver. I can't even believe they would ever attempt. This pisses me off so much. If you pull a truck driver out of his truck and beat him up or fucking try to do any damage like that to him, why is he not allowed to just drive over you and kill everyone there? It doesn't matter if there's innocent people standing in the highway in front of his truck. Like, that makes no sense. There is no innocent person there. Like, you're all at fault. You're in a crowd. It's raging. They're jumping on the cars. I saw one where there was a truck with a family in it, and they just start trying to break in the windows. There's like a 6-year-old kid in there. I would fucking kill you. And I'm the most spiritual motherfucker right now, right? Like, I will take my foot and slam it on the fucking gas and drive over the crowd. And I would not care. I'll skid out and be like, oh, you want me to back up, motherfucker? Because I have to get out of there. My family's in there. You're not getting me out of the car.
Sure.
You know what it is? I've been jumped. I've fought more than 5 people at once. And I've lost those fights, and I've won some of them, which is why I'm missing body parts and chunks of face and all kinds of weird shit. So I know what happens when a car pulls up and people start jumping on the car. And the guy in the car can't fucking fight, but that's the guy they want to jump. That dude will run you over. He will kill you with his car, because I would do that. And that, I'm talking about just getting jumped at the park. You protest that shit at me. You try to pull me and Paula out of the car. I got to take my cat to the fucking vet tomorrow afternoon, right in the middle of this shit. You try to do that, and I will drive over you. And I won't even think about it. I'll go smoke a fucking blunt and laugh. That's how crazy that is, because you can't pot, because they're like, well, you're in a weapon. No, it's not a weapon. You're a dummy. You're standing in the road. You're blocking it. You're harming people. You're literally, once you start punching windows and shit, you're trying to kill me.
Yep.
You're trying to kill me, because I don't know if you've ever been punched through a glass window before, but the punch hurts if it makes it to you, and the glass rips your face up and shit, because I've seen people do it. I've seen bottles smashed over fucking people's heads. I've seen baseball bats beating people senseless. Yo, I don't ever want to be part of that again. So you will never get me out of the car. You will have to kill me. Okay, with that being said, these people are getting in trouble for doing it, and the people that are dragging them out of the car are not getting in trouble. This is what I don't understand. The guy in the trucks are getting in trouble. The family guy, the guy's getting in trouble. Let me tell you something. You run into my house. I don't know, like, the houses here are right connected to each other. They're right on top of each other. If you run up my staircase and try to get into my home, at what point am I not allowed to just bring out a fucking rifle and start not shooting outside the house, like out the window, but let's say in the vestibule, like right there as they come in, boom, 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 and I'm like, bang, 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 and just start fucking dropping you. Wow.
Property line is where it's at, but I guess it depends on the state and the laws of that particular borough, what have you. I don't know. I mean, but I thought it was like on the property. If like violence is like, you heard Dave Chappelle talk about the shotgun shells law in Ohio. It's like buckshot, then like then it's birdshot. No, well, buckshot, birdshot, buckshot, birdshot, and then buck. He said, like, so the first it's birdshot. So the first shot you fire is to injure, but if they're still, then it's putting them down, and that's how you have to stagger those bullets like that in Ohio.
Oh, you mean legally?
Yes. Like,
Gotcha. Okay.
he said
'Cause I was
some
gonna say,
he said some white man was walking across his property, and he just like had to be there like a bitch and wave to him. Hey, how you doing? So he ran to Kmart and got a 12 gauge. Like, but
Yeah, that's
that's
what's up, man.
yeah, well,
like,
You know,
it's
they
the
used to
laws of the
shoot people. I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah, no, well, I mean, because I've got a shotgun, got years ago for my birthday, and I got inscribed on it. I think it's a verse from the Bible, Job 30 something, that says, in death the wicked cause no trouble, right? And
Yeah.
like we load that up, like we were talking about. So we'd have like a bird shot. So if there's a group of them, you know, it's like it's got a wide spread. You know, it's gonna hit them most likely, right? Then slug, you're gonna kill them. Then then another buckshot or bird shot. So if there's still more, you're gonna hit them most likely. Then another slug, you're gonna kill them. Because the worst thing, the worst thing you can do, I mean, in the state of the lawyers in the country that we're in, is not kill them. If they run to your home and you shoot them, guaranteed some douchebag lawyer, they win the lawsuit. Like, very good chance. So if they come to your home, they're dead. Sorry, you forfeited your life.
That's what I'm saying. Look, at what point, like here in New York, you could take the gun from one of them and shoot them in your own home. They have a gun pointed at
Yeah.
you, threaten your family. You take the gun from him, shoot him, kill him. They could you're just going to jail.
That's crazy, man.
Like,
That's fucking.
there's
New
you're
York?
not talking. Yeah, there's no getting out of that.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah. So at what point am I allowed to
Right.
just be like bomb, 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 bomb? Now they used to shoot people with salt.
That's
When I
like
was
the
younger
birdshot.
in the 70s. Yeah, in the
Yeah.
70s, we had the rail station comes through on Sackett Avenue, so it's 5 blocks from here, and you could walk down, and then it's one fence that goes like a mile, and then there's homes on the other side of the street, but the fences keep you out from the big dip right into where the metro train goes. So it's the fucking
Yeah.
fast one. They're like, yo, stay off the tracks. We used to go down there and party, and kids used to get hit by the fucking trains all the time. And it was great. It's enough to where you'd go, why would you even go there? But to make it worse, the guy that watched that area, because there's like a main hub over here, just like you would see in the movies and Stand By Me or something, like the dude in the overalls or whatever, he was walking the train tracks with a shotgun looking for you, cleaning shit up. And if he saw you, he can shoot you.
Damn.
So if you were there, you're getting shot at. So I watched kids get buck with salt, and
Yep.
they would laugh. They would cry. You know, they were crying when they got hit with it.
Mm.
And then everyone would get together and be pulling salt out of their butt cheeks and their backs and the back of their heads and shit.
Right.
You know, oh, he got my fucking neck, bro. Bro, you don't know. It's like, dude, what the fuck, man? He's like, oh, we were smoking some weed, and then the fucking dude came out. It's like, why do you keep
Yeah.
going back there? It's like, well, you went back there too. I go, I live right here though. I'm like looking out and I see you dummies, and I want to smoke with you. So it's like a dummy mentality.
Right.
But you'd be able to shoot a kid for stepping onto that property. And
Yeah.
it was just like hole in the fence. You're in it. You could get gunned down to the point where now you're not even allowed to do nothing. I'm afraid to use what I have. Like I don't even know. I'm not going to talk about it, but I don't even know. I just don't
Right.
know. But I know
Right.
one thing. I know where the line of protection starts and stops.
Right.
Right? Like I've already thought about this. I'll let you in the front door if you get in the front door.
Mhm.
If I can't close it, I'll let it open and I'll get you right there.
Sure.
Then
Right.
there's no excuse.
That's crossing that. Yeah.
That's what I mean.
For sure. I got to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Do you feel like, yeah, that's cool, Kevin. Do you feel like, Frank, based on the laws in New York, so someone came to your home, past your doorstep, into your actual home, out over towards Ficus, right? I mean, you shot him, you killed him.
Yeah.
That you'd be going to jail, like, for sure.
Yeah. They'd be like,
All right, so-
where'd you get this gun? I'll be like, yo,
Oh, well,
it was his.
it's a little different. Oh, because
Right?
guns
then
are illegal in New York, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can have rifle permits and shit like that. I'm having a problem. Dude, in Florida, this is what I went to jail for. You ready? Guy
Right.
was in my house. Right? So I opened the door and the chain was on the door. So I'm like, who the fuck's home in my house? So I look and there's a dude looking at me with his shirt off, ready to fight. I see him. He's like, whoa. And I fucking push the thing just pops because those things do not protect you. I go in and I'm like, I'm dressed in my suit at the end of my job for the day. It's late. All my shit's lined up against the door. like alongside the wall. So
Mhm.
he was putting my stuff there and he was gonna take it. So I was like, yo, what the fuck? Like I was completely confused. I was not expecting this. It was an
Right, no
apartment,
shit.
two story. So I'm like, yo, man, you sure you want to do this? I fucking take my shirt off, the jacket. I take it
Yeah.
off. This dude is fucking huge. Starts swinging on me. He was a little shorter than you, but he was like muscle man. So he was trying to like punch muscle me, and we fucking fought, bro. I went at it with him. We went to war in the living room, wrecked the living room. Then he was big, man. He fucking like pushed me, and we went out the screened-in patio, and I was on the patio with him.
Yeah.
He put his head down. I started hitting him like this, and then threw him as he came in. I was
Yeah.
doing no damage to this guy, nothing. I don't think I was, but he put his
Yeah.
head down and came at me like, and I threw him off the balcony. He broke his fucking collarbone. He broke his leg, some other shit. I went downstairs and started beating the shit out of him. Right. And then the cops pulled up and pulled a gun on me. And I was just like,
Mhm.
yo, what the fuck? I'm like, this dude was just robbing me.
Yeah.
The cop was like freaking out and didn't know what to do. So I bounced.
Gay. Yeah.
Yo, dude, I thought he was going to shoot me in my face. Right. But there was the two of us. So the guy needed help. As soon as he called for help, I bounced. He didn't have a partner with him. The cop had nobody with him. So I ran.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
yo, I'm not dealing with this now. I'll get a lawyer and whatever. The judge was like, yo, man, we were going to let everything stand except you threw him off the balcony. And I'm like, what? So I'm in court with this guy and he's in a wheelchair. He's this guy did all this stuff to me. I'm like, this
Oh my
this
god.
motherfucker was in my apartment. He literally beat the shit out of me, but I fought him back. He didn't like I was fighting,
Right.
but he had his shirt off, so that's mad gay. I don't mean to whatever, but I thought that was really
Right.
gay of him. I'm like, was gonna beat me and try to fuck me, right? So then
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
short. I'm only 5'8". You
That
get
was
a
pretty
dude that's
good.
like 6. You get a dude that's 6'2" on top of me. I start freaking the fuck out. I'm like, I gotta kill this guy. He's too big.
Well, yeah.
So um I the judge goes, but you hurt him outside the property. I'm like, no, we
Oh
were on
my
the property
god.
lines, Kev. This is why
Yeah.
he was in my front piece. So it was still my place. And they were like, no, you got to do that in Florida inside your house. Like you got to kill him inside. You got
Right.
to like hold him
Right.
down and cut his head off or something. You could do that inside. And
Yep.
I'm like, I didn't know you could do that. I didn't throw him off a balcony, guys.
Yeah. No
I'm
shit.
like,
Yeah.
I'm not big enough and strong enough to throw a man off a balcony. He ran at me and I kind of just did it all came at me at once. And then he just went bloop like a dummy. And I was like, it's
Yeah.
not that high either. It's 13 feet, 14
Yeah.
feet. Right.
Yeah.
He just landed on his fucking head and good for him. Then, there's a whole thing to it, but then I went to jail for 7 months and then they let me out in 4 months on good behavior. And I'm like, you fucking kidding me? A year and a half later, they brought me down for a court and then said, no, you're going away, dude. We want to give you years. And I'm like, for what? And they were like, dude, you tried to kill this guy. And I'm like, no, I didn't.
Yeah. No
I'm like,
shit.
dude, I'm working a new job in a new city for years. And they're like, yeah, you're going to prison. And I'm like, no, I'm not. And they got me down to just being in Broward County for fucking 7 months. And I did 4 and they let me out. And now
Wow.
I have a felony battery 2 assault charge on me that then wait, they let me out and they were like, oh, the girl that lived with you wrote a letter to the judge and said that was a guy that she was dating and that's how he got in the house. So she was part of that.
Wow.
Wait. So they expunged everything. But because of I'm like, what do you mean you're expunging this? What does this mean? They're like, well, you're not charged with anything. You never committed a crime, but you went
Yeah.
to jail and served your time. And
Mm.
I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, how do I explain that to anyone when
Right.
I want to get a gun permit? Like I got paperwork that says, oh, look, you have never been charged. It's signed by the fucking judge and everything.
Yep.
So when you fill out a form, have you ever been a douchebag of a crime? Do you have a felony? The answer
Right.
is no. But that comes
Right.
up as yes because of the Patriot Act. So now
Oh.
everything comes up. And then
Yeah.
I used to be a federal inspector. So they're like, how did you get this job? Having this felony. And I'm like, the felony was expunged. I don't know why you keep telling me calling me a felon.
Yeah, no shit.
And then I was a federal inspector for 13 years, top inspector, by the way, and in the
Mhm.
USDA. And they're like, yeah, you shouldn't be able to get that job with a felony. I'm like, I don't have a felony. Yes, I am a federal inspector, but I inspect blueberries. Now leave me alone. In the Bronx, mind you. And they're like,
Right.
blueberries in the Bronx? I'm like, yeah, fucking blueberries, bro. Mad gay, I know. I don't care. I love blueberries. Fucking love them. I don't know what it is, but I do.
They're great,
I'm
man.
like
No,
a
I had
fat
blueberries
bear.
this morning. They were fucking great, man.
I did too.
Of
Fucking
course
love
you
that
did,
shit.
son.
Son.
Frank, Frank,
What?
Frank. I love you very, very much, man. And it's crazy shit going on around you. It's crazy shit you've been through, and you're an incredible human being, and you are a son of the sun, and you are present where you're at, and Paula's present where she's at.
Yeah.
And we're all even just the spokes of awareness on it, coming into coherence with you where you're at in this moment in 3D time now. And we're all present with you, man. We love you very much. This is definitely a portal to you, to us, to all of us. We're anchoring the Starship Fearless, all that shit. Whatever, Starship ISN, Expand Understanding, Paranormal Portals. Come on, man. Fucking all that shit, man. We're here together. We're doing this shit. And if we're talking about getting you, I mean, you're ready to get out of there. Like, where are you at on that? Where are you guys at? Have you had synchronistic things come up for property or?
I can't do anything. My grandfather's got a foot and a half a foot. You know what I'm saying?
At the spot right now. This woman's at their spot, and he's kind of like stuck between like two. I got company, so I'm explaining the situation.
Yeah. And
But
it's just so awkward.
So like, I'm thinking it's a bigger picture here, because we're right now with everything you're going through, man. It's minute by minute, just moment by moment, and we're with you in spirit, and will be more communication, maybe doing more Facebook Live stuff together as the shit goes on, random times during the day, just to get it on video, to even be with you present in it in ways we can be, or just you're chilling at home or whatever. Like, but I'm talking about beyond this, next few weeks, months. I mean, the things we've talked about, Zach and I have talked about, you and I have talked about, people in the Fearless group talked, people in the group I've been a part of has talked about very seriously, right? Getting land, getting a new community going, doing those new things, So like, I think we're all,
all for it.
Keeping that in the vortex, man. Just like letting stuff come up. I mean, people in the chat are hearing this video after the fact. I mean, that's what we're looking to do.
Dude, I had a dream about all of us, and it was funny. You were in it, and we had 5 acres, and there was like they weren't geodomes. I don't know what the fuck they were called. They were like glassed in domes though, and there were 3 different sizes. And in the main one, it's where we met for ayahuasca, right? And then there were all the bathrooms, and then something happened in your bathroom, and you were like, the bathroom's clogged. And then you were in your own pod though, but other people could use. And then someone said, "Oh man, what the fuck happened here?" So I run up. I'm like, "What's happening?" And then you guys were like, "Yo, the toilet's clogged." And I go, "We have toilets? I've been shitting in the woods the whole time." And it was just the funniest thing. I was like, I didn't even know we had them. So I just found it to be so funny. But these communities can be, this was the idea in the dream, that you could build these things, and it's not expensive. It's not that crazy. It's not so out of control. When you could start a thing and build a colony over there, and it's like, yeah, that's crazy, but in today's society, you could make it dope.
Yeah.
You're not
Listen, man, the stuff we're talking about, like different things. Me and Joe and Zach were talking, Jen, and a bunch of people talking about this concepts while I was down there for 10 days. I just got back. There's so much shit that happened. There's so much shit. Anyway, so like, but Joe and Zach are very, I think, very well studied and versed and experienced. I think Joe has a lot of experience in aquaponics and hydroponics and farming and those dynamics, and lots of study and research that they've done. I've done. I've incredibly, I mean, like really all this talking and stuff's great. We're expanding understanding and we're reaching people and building community. But like when it comes down to it, man, I'm ready to put my hands to the work and build a community. I know all avenues of construction, electrical, like I'm incredibly multi-diverse in that dynamic. And I know a lot of people are. And so it's a matter of getting land and creating places that aren't just huts or, what do they call it? I always forget the name of them. But different things like that. The domes there's different ways to do fractal coherent construction. Yeah, and then but doing like the group places, but also doing stuff we discovered, audiovisual dynamics here with even some of this 4K visual dynamic that we found, and some of the DMB, and like, dude, DMB is, before you came on, we were getting into it. Like DMB for me is a new, EDM was me to me new last fall. DMB has been new to me since probably the last 10 days. I mean, because that's like Zach and Joe listen to that shit like 24/7 pretty much, right? So I'm just around it and hit a whole new level of like sober experience with that dynamic. I mean, that there's definitely times I was watching it and Lucy was very much involved and that was fucking wonderful, right? But just the sober interaction with an audiovisual experience. I mean, we got the way we got set up. You can't see Zach set up now, but he's got this whole little starship set up, right? He's got good, nice monitors in there and the really nice high res screen, and the whole setup's beautiful. So the lights off, watching these 4K fractals that have ayahuasca, the Shipibo Icaro patterns inside the graphics that are doing like multi-dimensional things. And there, okay, Zach's, yeah, look at Zach's setup. Show him, Zach. You're on mute though. Yeah, look at this, bro. Dude, so we're chilling back there in those space seats, right? The three of us, and we're watching these visuals, and we're watching the visuals and listening. Now the visuals have its own track. We silence that track and put on other EDM tracks over it, and the ways that they cohered. It's not just the visual and audio dynamic, but like the way the internal experience, like the more like engaging it and all the different levels and the patterns and the movements and the music and all that shit. And like we were talking about, we actually did a coherence meditation together at like leaving towards the end of the trip. Like we were thinking, you know, it'd be good for me, Zach and Jen do like a meditation together and just get coherent on all that. And then Zach came up with the idea of doing it while watching these fractals and listen to the EDM super loud. All of us sitting back there focusing on the screen, right? And just tune into each other, finding coherence. Dude, fucking beautiful. We had 5 of us packed back there at one point, all doing this. You know,
That's crazy. How'd it go, man?
Incredible. Like think about this. Like that's right before he came on, I was talking about this to Zach, because I was thinking about it'd be good if we did a meditation, the 3 of us. I'm like, okay, how can we can sit in a room, you know, cross-legged, we face each other, we can sit back to back, all 3 of us. That'd be cool. Like whatever. That's cool. That's how you do meditations. It's cool. Great. It's how you come to heart-brain coherence. It's proven. You know, it's great shit. But the idea of doing this for a meditation, fuck, bro, let's meditate. Like, let's go to your fucking trailer, turn out the lights and stare at the screen and listen to some music and come into coherence, because it works, man. It's a whole other thing.
I was just saying,
I caught a split second of like the start of the video on my screen, because when they displayed it on theirs, it was kind of choppy. The quality wasn't that good, so I just went to the link, and like the split second I saw, I was like, nope, not gonna do it right now. So I subscribed to come back later and then drop one of our tunes over top of it and see what happens in that aspect.
Dude,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Speaking of which, and then say your piece, Frank. I want to hear your reflection for sure. Kevin, if you can send me, if you want to, if you guys are okay, send me a version of that track so I can put it on repeat, because the Facebook one I have to keep pushing play. So I can put on repeat, and I got a headset for my phone, so I'm gonna listen to that. I'm gonna listen to your track on the tablet, right? And then I'm gonna have the headset on with the 4K visuals. That's gonna be my meditation time for a while, bro. Random times during the day. I got a few minutes. Click, click, boom.
All right. I'll send it to you. No problem.
Yeah. Cool.
I could see us in the big dome and doing sound frequency healing comes in different forms. So we could do something like that with like pure music. It doesn't have to be the old school stuff. You can jack it out as long as you know the frequencies. So imagine having a psychedelic experience inside the dome, meditation with the lights flashing, 12 people laying on the floor looking up. That would be fucking gangsta.
And that's what we're talking. Literally, Zach was saying the exact same thing before he came on. We had ideas. They just continued while we were down there. It's like, I mean, you can go with this forever. We're talking about being in a dome-shaped room, and you can put projectors. We need to put several projectors so it fills the home dome space. They have software. Like, really, it's gotten pretty inexpensive, right? They have the software that will cohere the different projectors into one image. And then you have the speakers and different points, even the 4 points, but then you could really add many points, and you can even the speakers so they're somewhat mobile, and so you can actually move them around. Like, dude, when I've got these 2 speakers, they pair together, so you have dual stereo speakers, and like I love doing this around fires and playing with them. You can set them on either side of the fire, and they create this dome of sound right in between. But then I can take the speakers. Like when Zach and Jen, we were down there, I had them watch the Cymatics video. It came out like 5 years ago. It's got like 30 million views. It's from John Nigel Stanford, and he did the Cymatics video. That's some of the EDM, I don't know, electronica music, I guess, but he's doing it, and he's doing it with like the ferrofluid and the tube with the fire that goes through, and that does different frequency sine waves based on the tube that's going through. And he wears a Faraday cage, like the chainmail suit they do for high wires, and a big Tesla coil. and like he's in it, and he's playing the instruments, and he's got multiple layers of himself in the video playing the instruments with the Tesla electricity going, like striking him and going through him to the ground, and like it's fucking great. Anyway, so they're watching this. I have the two speakers in, and I'm like dancing around them with the speakers, like in and out. Man, it's like an incredible like sound bath dynamic, especially with the cymatics or the fractals, and like for sure, man. And think about that, because it's an incredible sober experience. Now, I mean, yes, you can do it with entheogens or different dynamics. Additionally, awesome, because we all have experience with that and we get those layers. But even if you've never done drugs in your life, you don't ever want to do drugs, you'll never do drugs. This thing can bring such levels of these dynamics, especially when it's just instrumentals or like EDM, even though it's a very intense music that you know certainly isn't for everybody, I guess, but like I think it's possibly for more people than people think it is for. It's like if you saturate yourself in it and will just kind of intentionally try to just let yourself find a coherence in it, it's like, holy shit, there's really shit there without any, you know, just in my being reacting to this music, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm reacting, engaging with the music.
Dude, the frequencies, if you technically think about it, just listening to sounds is a drug.
Yeah.
Right? Changing your frequency.
Absolutely.
Right? So they're just trying to stifle you from changing your channel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We could just take ourselves and stick ourselves into an area measured off perfectly, in areas perfectly for the speaker to the speaker, to the person to the speaker, to the sound, to where it bounces around perfectly. You know, the more I think about this, it's all a ritual. You could be able to heal yourself. I'll just keep it to this: heal yourself and open portals in the literal sense and the metaphysical sense as well.
Yep.
To make your astral bodies go through, and or I mean, when you start working with stuff like that, that's when you start gaining the interest of like ETs and shit. I guarantee you, on that level, beings will just be flowing to you to either try to get you to keep going. You here they got the speaker set up wrong. Watch this. Oh, he heard us. He put the speaker. Frank turned the speaker. Aaron's like, holy shit. Later that night, you find yourself floating inside the room, and you're like, dude, we put the music on. We started doing a mantra, but it was over a beat, and then everyone got into it. And the next thing I know, Aaron's space Jesusing across the room. Right? Everyone started getting lighter.
Yeah.
This is the science. That's the alchemy in the physical, like not inside your body.
Dude, think about this. Think about how this, even as you're describing it, like, 'cause it's creating a realm of reality for me that I'm very much envisioning and embodying, right? So this dynamic too, being an organic, because like nobody wants religion. Religion is repetition without illumination. Religion is repetition with structure. That it's a structure that binds people in because it's repetition that may have worked one time or a few times and create a positive structure, a positive experience, but then they're like, well, now we have to do that every time, and like. So being able to create a dome, an environment where people, there's daily, if you will, or maybe 24/7 type meditations for whoever wants to be there and do whatever, you know, sound bowls, sound baths, music, being able to, but it's organic and creative whenever, anytime you come to the space, you can experience the music, you can be a part of the music, you can create music. It's this organic, beautiful, never ending musical space of all kinds of music and different dynamics, you know?
One of the things Aya showed me, and then I met Josh, you the magician, Josh Brothers.
Yeah.
I had an experience with him, and then we were taking people that were sick and putting them in the middle of like 5 people, right? So and we just make a circle around them. Everybody'd go like arms length, and we started going, right?
Yeah.
So then you could feel you vibrating, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, like it got weird, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? And then my jaw went dunk dunk and opened, and I was like, what the and then and you could see the rings, boom, 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 and the person just heals, walks out of the circle, bring in another, and we just keep doing it because it's practice for us.
Yeah.
But to them, they're getting healed, and they're like, how are you healing? Everyone's like, how are you doing it? And I'm like, we're not really doing it. We're putting them in a circle of sound, and it's allowing his higher or her higher self to just heal. So we're like activating the frequency for you to swim in or to sit in, and then your body's going to instantly know what to do because your higher self's like, oh, you're fucking going in that right now. So but we're going, oh, it's just practice. So and I was saying to Aya, this is fucking crazy. She goes, this is nothing. Wait till you just stick your hand in people and pull stuff out. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I'm never doing that.
Yeah.
She's like showing me holding I have this unicorn crystal. It's like a unicorn horn, but it's a selenite crystal. It's dope, and it's in the kitchen. She's like, you're gonna take that and you're gonna do that onto someone's skin, and it just opened, and I went, no, I'm not doing that because I'm afraid of. And then she's like, now go in. So I'm like, I'm not putting my fucking hands in there. What are you, fucking nuts? And she's like, no, don't worry. And I put my hand in and I felt around, and then I felt something squishy, and I was like, well, that don't belong. And I just pulled it up, and it was this black shit. And then the wound just healed. As I came back out, it just healed itself. And I went, oh shit. And I just took the gloves off, and I was done. And I was like, see, there's nothing wrong with you. And I go, that wasn't that bad. She goes, there's no blood on you. I go, how the fuck did that happen? And then she's like, you've never heard of that? And I'm like, no, never. And then I tell Paula, and she's like, Frank, people do this in other countries. There's videos of them doing it. And I'm like, I've never heard of this. And then I watched a video of people making tumors shrink in a sound circle while they're chanting in a hospital. And I'm like, that's the rigged version of what I'm just talking about. We were on a beach, not in a hospital. It's the only difference, right? And I'm like, they asked them, how did you do it? And they were like, oh no, we just whatever mantra they did was in the place where she wasn't sick. So they weren't trying to heal her. They just said, no, she's not sick. And then that version of her kind of shows up.
You're referring to the Greg Braden video, and we showed that on that the feeling is the prayer, or feeling is prayer. And that's where we did that on the show earlier on. I think you might have been on that with us, but that dynamic of where they were creating in their mind, in their being, the feeling state of the tumor being gone. It's already gone. It's not there. So then they agreed on a sound, and Greg Brain was explaining ultimately the sound itself didn't matter, that it was actually their agreement on this sound, meaning it was an external coherent agreement. All of them make the sound. But internally, what that was doing was enhancing the resonance of the feeling state inside of them, because they are the placebo engine, right? They are the one that creates the reality as beings, not just the sound. That's what the sound does it, but it carries our internal coherent frequency. So it's one thing to make a sound. There's power in the sound frequency. Another thing with an internal feeling state that matches the coherent expression, especially when you're in a group dynamic. Like when we went to, Zach talked about in the show before I came down there, they found this, and then we went down there, I think 2 different days, to this big, huge concrete tunnel. It's like, I don't know, 4 feet wide, and it's at a 45-degree-ish slope, 30-degree, I don't know, whatever. And we would sit in there for, I think the day we went back, the second day, we were in there for like, I don't know, a solid half an hour or so, 45 minutes, and like doing all sorts of stuff, playing the flutes, the singing bowls. Zach was taking sample recordings and stuff. Then we were just making weird sounds and tones, and we did it. I mean, and part of it was hilarious. Started making just weird sounds and just kept going, and it would just amplify and get weirder and hilarious and fun. But yeah, the resonant, and we'd hit certain frequencies. Like there's a part I was saying like 3, and I'd hit where my face was angling a certain place or a certain amplitude, and it would resonate back in a weird way, like create a whole nother sound. And like Joe's like, whoa, that was good. Do that again. And then try to find that spot again. And you couldn't necessarily find it every time. But man, there's something too, just the whole human beings producing sound in a coherent way together. And it's a heart-brain coherence, but then you add the sound, and it's a whole other variable, like to align your physiology to receive more of your being.
You're probably hitting a fifth or an octave, or like, something that just fucking they combined the 2 waves, like it just fucking bing.
It was thick, man. It was really cool.
That's what's up.
Yeah, for sure. If you could see the sound, you'd be enveloping them in a space of sound. A bubble of some sort, or a box of sound. And then like if you put someone in a room and turn the sound on of the people doing the mantras or whatever, and they agree on the mantra, we're going to say, oh, and then and then that person's enveloped in this sea of intent. And then the higher self just locks on to the intent of, I feel it, and the and then they're like, and everyone, all of a sudden it's done. And
See,
you're
and
like,
if you
wait,
and
that,
the
that
thing is,
works?
man, what that is, those are the church services that I grew up in that changed my life. The ones where there's a coherent expression of worship or song or music, and it's not some rigid. I mean, everybody has different experience with churches. There's 44,000 denominations, so I have no idea exactly what somebody thinks in their head when I say church. Okay, but what I mean is like there's a lot of churches that are far more modernized, so it's a lot more casual. There's a lot of dancing. There's people using flags, people using different things. A lot of the churches I would go to, charismatic churches, people very in tune with their own spirit and allowed to express that in a state where there's music, and a lot of it is very organic music. So the songs weren't just the structured songs; they come up with their own riffs, they come up with their own hooks. We'd repeat those. Like people come to coherence and would amplify on these brand new hooks that were made up in the moment, and like beautiful, man. People get healed in those services just from being a part of the music. So yeah, it's like, oh, the Holy Spirit healed them. Well, their own heart brain coherence and being in a place where all this music and audio and everybody's in a heart brain coherent state together created the healing. Really, there are entities that heal, sure, but when it's us, and so it's always us on some level. But understanding that in that environment, you're creating. There's a phrase I heard that I think is still pretty true, that no one can make themselves grow, but everyone can choose to put the circumstances in their life that are conducive for growth, right? Garbage in, garbage out. So you're surrounding yourself with people or with information or something that's beneficial to, like Zach was saying, you're mining, putting people around you that you're mining into all the time, that you're mining gold and beautiful things, valuable things to you into your own life. So there's my rambling for the moment.
That's great.
You're great, Frank. You're great, Zach. You're great, Kevin. You're great, chat.
I think it has more power now because
Kevin,
of the
you're the
current
man.
situation.
Zach, you're the best.
I think this has more power now than it did when we originally were spitballing the idea because of the serious, like what's going on now, and then it faded out, and now it's kind of coming back, and so I think it's definitely powerful, and all the ideas are fucking fantastic.
Well, I think even just chatting about these ideas, we're creating realities, right? So even using narrative expressions and going on rambling things, the point is what kind of imagery is it creating inside of you? Like when you were describing that, Frank, that dynamic, it was creating this reality inside of me. Just like, oh, that's an interesting idea. It was like inside of me, like, no, this shit's real. I've already created it with you. So you're talking about it. I'm like, oh yeah, we've already fucking made that shit. Let's make it show up on the earth. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Let's do it.
It's like as if
already
it's
there.
dropping down from like higher density into lower density. The more we bring it out, it's like
think about this.
An overlay.
I think like it's really interestingly, it seems more and more true to me that let's say there's a lot of other things we built in other lifetimes, right, into the matrix to be manifest now in this lifetime. And the shit we talk about, optimal timeline, the choosing the easy path. Like we've done our hard work, not just this lifetime, our own inner work, our hard work, light work, energy work, stuff we're still doing. Frank, you do in your own ways, and really intense in different ways that you engage and interact with, and all of us do in our own ways. But then we come into these moments of like, meeting you, for example, that dynamic. Not only in this life did I know, like when I found your show 2-3 years before I actually met you, I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna meet Frank. Like me and Frank are gonna hang out. Like I just knew that. Ayahuasca, whatever. Like, I just knew it, and so I wasn't like anxious about it or whatever. I just knew, like in my soul, right? And then I had the experience this summer of being in the womb space on DMT, so right after being birthed and going through hell and the birth trauma, but being in that womb space. And I remember part of that dynamic was seeing the beautiful interdimensional fractal patterns. Everything was fluid and liquid, but I was laying out the timelines for my life, and part of it was all of our interactions. Like I just saw that, like it was just present there. And even before the womb space, I see times of like past lifetimes. Like even think about I've done meditations now, like sending things to past and future versions of myself, information, images, just realities that I put a lot of energy and meditative shit into that vortex. So it manifests, and I see myself walk into it. I've had times that I've tuned into stuff just because I just kind of wanted to tune in to see, I don't know, what might come to me in that moment. Like different places I drive around the city, pull over just to nap or to chill. And I remember this one time tuning into the water I was drinking. I was putting my intentions into it. And I remember realizing, like in that moment, I had created all these intentions or this information to be put into that water that was sitting there outside of space-time from many, many other lifetimes. I'd been feeding into this moment where in this time I'd have this water. I'd realize that internally, put those intentions into it and drink that, and actually integrate gifts, if you will, or energy sent forward in time or something into my being. You know, so like the stuff we're talking about, this community, having the people in the group we're talking about too, and having the different domes and a dome in the middle, and like as far as I know, we've found the pattern. Zach's seen it too, like the Dan Winter fractal pattern for laying out communities. It's in perfect phase conjugation for a coherent experience for everyone in the community and the communal center. Like, dude, the shit's all there, you know, and all the ideas to do this stuff. Like, it's not just there in 3D life, which is great. We have the play-ins, we have our own experiences, we have our own abilities to, you know, work with tools and help build things, to just be a part of a community. And like, I mean, I can imagine a more beautiful place, Frank, than like all of us on this chat, and just being in a place together in a community together, man. Really just doing life together, right? I mean, look how great it is just having chats online, man. But let alone to do life together. Like, let's make that happen, man. Please. Like that post I put in the Fearless group, right? Like that chick who's like naked, right? And she's like peeing into the water like this. She's got a glass of wine and she's smoking her cigarette, you know, or whatever.
Awesome.
Dude, it's like being a safe community where that shit's like fine. There's no weird perversion. There's no weird perverty stuff going on. Like, just let people be, man.
The motherfucker lives, right?
No doubt.
Oh man, you know, one thing that's really, you know, people have asked. So, like, what are you gonna do? Like, what is your plan, or where are you gonna be, or how are you gonna do this? And I'm gonna say that I think a little bit is resting on the hope that the economy kind of takes shits on itself and the new economy takes over. In that start, what did they used to call the guys that used to come in and buy things up cheap? Carpetbaggers?
I haven't heard that term, but okay.
You know, it's an old term.
That's a good reference, man. Shit, that's
right on.
Damn.
Right. Think about if the currency crashes, let's say, and like something like Bitcoin takes off, I can just purchase that. I don't even have to build it. I could go to where it's already built and just take it and be like, here you go.
Well, they're totally so think about this too. I mean, there's
Think
communities
of that.
all over. Well, right, and it's funny you mention that, because I was going through my finances right before the show, like going through everything, my household a while ago, and like finishing up the whole divorce dynamic, and looking at all that stuff, where I'm at with my job. Like, things are. I mentioned it earlier on the show, and I'll have more information towards the end of the week or the weekend. But things are in place. We're bringing in, actually hiring on the replacements for me. And it's a matter of working out the licenses and stuff over time. But really, by the end of the summer, maybe by the end of the year, I'll be totally out of my job. Now, at this point, I ain't got nothing. I got nothing else. I'm just at a point in my life where my soul is like, you've known for years, like you can't grow in this job anymore. It just doesn't allow it. So even if it is steady income, and you know, I've been used to steady income for literally a decade. You know, I've been able to structure my life around that, do my own growth, expand, blah, blah, blah. Beautiful shit. It's allowed me the freedom to do that. So, but I was looking at, so like realistically, I mean, like, bankruptcy is an option here based on the dynamics I have coming out of the situation, as a lot of people do in divorce. And it's like that sucks to think about. But with the economy in this dynamic, and one of the things I was looking at, I was like, oh shit, I got a little bit in Bitcoin, you know, decent amount. And I'm like, if shit goes crazy, add a zero, add 2 zeros to that. Exactly what you're saying. Problem solved. Buy the property, buy a place that's already done. You know, like, totally,
I'm talking
man.
about, yeah, you would just go. So let's say the dollar tanks in gold and silver, and Bitcoin fails, but you have gold and silver takes off. I mean, there's a lot of avenues to this.
Totally.
A silver coin should be at a minimum of $1,200.
Yep, and it should be that way for the last like 15 years. They've just suppressed the market. Yeah, I've had silver for a long time.
So now imagine taking your pirate chest and opening it, just like in John Wick, silver coins, and going,
right.
Hey, buddy, you
Yep.
see this one's. I gotta move. I gotta sell the house. Be like, here you go. It's my house. Right? You could do that to the block.
Yep.
You could walk up and down and go, who's leaving, who's whatever, who needs money right now.
Who needs money to get out of town right now?
Yeah,
See ya.
The cash ain't gonna mean shit.
Nothing.
Right?
And they'll want to get out too.
If silver's trading, they're gonna go, hey, be like, all right, let's make a trade right now.
Well, and this is all the kind of stuff that you've talked about on your show for years, and just a lot of truther stuff. I mean, you get into it, changing your water, all that stuff, but some of the basic stuff for finances. Something I heard really good too from somebody who moved to New York, and her husband, because he lived there for a while, she never lived there. when she finally got married and moved in, and they had like $3,500 cash, I think, at all times or something like that. And the cash wasn't to get out of town or whatever. It's so looters and robbers come, you literally have something that they are more than satisfied with to send them away, which was an interesting way to look at it. But my point is like having little things like that, not that everybody can have that cash, but like having silver, having Bitcoin, having these other avenues so that if things don't go that direction, I mean, we've always said investing, I've always said, don't ever spend more than you can afford to spend. So if it's extra money, you put it in there, whatever. But those are the things we do over years, or food or whatever your dynamic is. Those little things that ideally in these moments, it's another avenue for what do you want to call it, favor, or optimal timeline to flow through to us. If it doesn't work out that way, fine, it'll happen another way. But those are definitely viable avenues.
Yeah, and what happens if, let's say, the economy tanks and they're not scumbaggy and back the new dollar with gold, or they don't let the dollar tank
Well,
out.
they've already. I mean, something we've talked about here. We still haven't seen play out. They incorporated the Federal Reserve. Trump incorporated the Federal Reserve. It is no longer a privately owned entity outside of our government. So I don't know. We don't know what that means. Yeah, that happened. I don't know, back in the early COVID shit. So early April maybe. So or March even. It happened a while. It just happened on a writer.
Like I watched my grandfather pay his taxes today, right? And it was obscene. It was so much income tax that I was going to throw up. That's how much it was, an absurd number that I can't resonate with because I don't make money, I guess, like he does. But I think that's all going to be gone within a year or two. I think there's going to be a one tax of new products, 14%, and maybe something small, and that's it. New products, and then
there's a lot of viable like tax solutions out there, or tax steps towards simplicity. It depends on which one actually goes through with politics and whatever. There are better steps than we have now. I mean, give me a break. Stacks and stacks and stacks of IRS code is absurd. You can get it down to like a 10-page document, and everybody pays a flat tax with that certain income rates, and below they don't pay any, and then you pay a flat tax, and or a flat income rate. Like there's shit they really can do to simplify. That'd be great. But again, the Federal Reserve being incorporated, we're no longer having our nation's money, United States of America, that's actually printed by private corporations sold to our government at interest. That is no longer happening. So that's a whole other facet, whether they get rid of the dollar or maybe I imagine maybe they'll totally reprint a new kind of currency with its own necromancy into it, whatever. But they're probably going to be changes for sure. I don't know. Who knows if they can stop Bitcoin? Maybe they'll become its own kind of semi-global market as they try to redo the dollar, but people kind of choose, because it's all choice of what is valuable, choose to go to Bitcoin en masse. So it kind of splits the currency, or I don't know.
The cabal does this thing where they can't create. They just take the creation and change it and make it awkward and shitty.
Make it awkward and shitty.
Yeah. So they take something like the idea of futuristically Bitcoin and say the one world currency. Right. So there's the NWO's one world currency, and then there's Bitcoin, which is the proper way. Just like they take things and distort it. They take your ascension and distort it, and they make it the apocalypse. It's like, no, you're ascending. Stop it. Right. And they turn it into the rapture and 50 other fucking things. And it's like, dude, stop it. Right. But that's all they can do. So we get caught between this rock and a hard space with people when we try to explain blockchain technology and then the new world's order, one world currency. It's like, dude, they keep referring, well, it's the devil's coin. I'm like, the only devil is the devil you bring into this fucking place. All right. Stop with the bullshit and blaming the fucking devil and the 666. Learn your fucking. I don't even know what to tell you at that point. If you don't know what that shit is, I can't even help you no more, because you try to explain it and they run out of breath because they don't.
Yeah, and there's truth. There's truth at levels. Yeah, when they go to the extreme, it's absurd. I mean, anything should be taken with a grain of salt and in balance, right? So like, again, it's you're already paying into a necromancy system. You're already using literally dead presidents. I mean, Seven articulates this shit really well, but like it's a necromancy system, the Babylonian money system, and all this other shit, and the whole maritime law. I mean, all that shit. So like what? So you're gonna really bitch about? Well, I'm not gonna invest in the devil system. I'm gonna give $1 to Bitcoin. All right, bitch, that's your choice. It seems stupid to me. I'm also buying silver. That's printed a lot of that with government necromancy on it. But silver itself is valuable. So it's like, dude, we're in the system. Make the best of it. Find diverse routes through it.
I'm saying you gotta find a couple of paths and then do a little bit at a time and then just cover your tracks, because no matter what hits, so if the dollar crashes, gold, silver, Bitcoin will survive. I know it will, because I think we all feel the structure, right? It's always been there.
Right.
Bitcoin is like the future space coin, or think of it like that, right? That's going to survive and go up. You back the dollar with gold, then all of a sudden gold's valued properly, the dollar's valued properly, the silver's valued properly, Bitcoin goes up, and guess what? Everyone's got money all of a sudden. Then you talk about, let me talk about reparations for a second. Your birth certificate and social security number are basically a debt system contract worth billions of dollars per human being, everyone that has one of these, because you don't realize the value of yourself, but they do, the creator. That's
I
the
went to
value.
some website and ran my social and saw how much that shit was being used, like at different periods of my. I was like, "What the fuck? That shit is crazy." Like,
So I remember. Yeah, it's all. Yeah, it's all very real. Yeah,
got your concentration camp number on a card. Okay, listen. So when this happens, the transfer of wealth, because that's what happens, the transfer of wealth. Federal Reserve goes under the Treasury, dollar becomes gold back, everybody goes happy go fucky, right? They pay you that money back. That's debt money. That's blood money for everyone.
Right.
So everyone gets permanent
abundance.
Abundance, yeah, it's permanent.
Yeah.
Because you'll be getting it whether it's every month or a lump sum. Like, it's too much per person that you think you could spend in a lifetime. And then you're going to be, for those who are ascending and going through, you're going to be living a lot longer. So you're going to be paying out for a long time. Like, this is just how it works, man. And you're not going to need, a dollar revalued, but you're still worth billions and trillions. I don't want to get ridiculous. When me and Paula talked about it, she was like, well, what comes after trillions? I'm like, a lot of money, right? So you start bugging out. But think about what $1 billion is. If you're valued at that at a true dollar rate, of the dollar being backed by the gold as $1, and you're worth billions through your social security number that have to be paid back, you couldn't spend that money if the dollar is revalued properly. Right? When gum goes back to 15 cents, right? Where you can buy a soda for a quarter. Right? Where you don't even need to do that. You have replicators doing that shit. See, we're not even into that. So the money, all of a sudden you go, oh, you're not paying an electric bill. They bring over a device that just powers your house forever.
Right.
It never
stops. And this is where, so I'm with you 100%. This is the reality I am living from. It's also the reason that I'm willing to leave a steady income, six-figure job for I don't know what. I know I'm not just going to find another job. I am at a transition point in my soul history on this earth. Like, it's making this channel work, I guess, and figuring out how that works. And we'll just go one day at a time. But this is where my soul is. This is where I'm having connected with soul family every night. You guys and Zach and the chat and just people, the engagements. And so I feel like the COVID, I told you when the COVID shit started, something in my soul shifted into gear big time. Like, this is it. This is why I was born, right? So now I'm in we're in the semi-transition of chaos, like literally chaos, rights and things. We're talking about alerts on our phone. Right in the middle, I'm in a transition of I don't know what I'm going to go into. So either the world is totally changing and I'm going to go into something that's just, and that's what even as we're talking, I'm feeling the realities I've already built. They're amazing. Now, I don't know how we're going to get through this part. The finances, economy crashing, that'll be chaos probably globally in certain ways at different times for days or weeks at different moments. But we are going to get through it, not just through it. Like, the stuff that we've already created and built in this lifetime, we put energy into in other lifetimes, is going to start manifesting. The doors will start opening. And if we can hold that, we're just confident that is true. We don't have to freak out about every next step, even though we're going to go through lots of, tests and trials of that for our own ego, just the situations around us. And forget tests, man. We're going to respond how we respond. We're solid human beings. We're going to respond in incredible ways. Incredible shit's going to come from it. And this whole thing's going to be just a crazy story in between of what happens in the meantime,
Well, we wanted to get it moving because we were getting bored with life, right?
A little bit.
Really happening.
Just a little.
Is it
Just a
really
lot.
gonna go? Is it really a conspiracy? Is this right? It's just on and on with the questions, and then all of a
Yeah.
sudden, boom, you're over your head in it, running back and forth between two homes. It's a curfew, cop cars everywhere, fucking helicopters. You're like, what the
can't
fuck is going
imagine
on? Oh,
shit.
guess what? You're allowed to wear a mask, so now I look like a fucking ninja.
Yep. Yep.
Right now I'm in GI Joe.
Yeah. Think how
And
crazy.
I'm
Think how
going down
crazy
the
that
street
is too.
like, come on, man.
Yeah. I mean, I just saw that like
So-
catch a clip on the TV of the protesters and stuff. It's like, oh yeah, they're already wearing masks. It's not like they have to go get masks to hide. It's like, well, the government already told me you got to wear a mask. So I mean, yep, that's interesting.
Masks and gloves and I
Bank
can't
robbers
imagine.
and fucking like
I
criminals.
was in the bank with a mask on yesterday.
Wow.
This is so uncomfortable,
Yeah.
right? I'm like, what the fuck, man? I don't know. It's just weird.
It is weird, but life is weird, man. It's all weird.
222.
Just throw, fuck yeah, 222. Yes, shout outs to the universal fucking
Ooh, and
love.
that's 11/22 here, which is 6. And that's a good number. It's also the first month or first day of the 6th month. It's good numbers.
Like
Yeah,
you know,
we just-
Greg Braden. You know, out in New Mexico, there are that community that started a barter and trade. Like,
Oh no, I know the Ubuntu barter trade system really works really well and all over South Africa, but
shitting about it because they can't fucking pull it, but it works fine. It functions great. Like people fucking. I mean, that was where the term came from. You know, you paid for services with. Well, actually, I think the forefathers of this country paid with hemp, and then
oh yeah.
yeah.
Well, hemp being legal now. I mean, if we have property too, you can grow acres and acres of hemp, and not just for commercial sell and trade for sure. Hemp houses, hemp concrete, hemp like everything, but also hemp. You can do mass when this is what they do. Andrew Bartzis talks about this. He's got a lot of incredible videos.
He's got his mind.
Yeah. When he's got a lot of experience with, and he's got a lot of videos for healing with different avenues of cannabis and hemp, and being able to do like fields of cannabis. You can do baths, like you can grind it down or soak it or something. You can soak it and make big baths or pools that you go for days that you can cycle people through, literally like these healing baths and stuff they used to do back in the day when you had mass amounts of it. You know, so you can grow crops of it and stuff just for your own community. The Ubuntu tribe stuff, I have to look into. I've got the book. I've never read through it. I've just listened to a lot of Michael Tellinger's work. And the Ubuntu tribe, they do something. It works for a community up to is it either 5,000 or 25,000 people? It might even be more. But it's a system where you and your community, whatever your niche is, so say you're hemp growers, right? That's your thing in your community, the big thing that you do for trade. So you make 3 times the amount of hemp that you need for your community. You have enough for your community to service whatever those needs, enough to sell while we still use money, and then enough to barter and trade with the communities around you, or even internationally or globally, depending on how the structure works. It doesn't have to be like local tribes potentially. But then they have the system that eventually works you totally out of the currency, out of any financial dynamic, and all into barter and trade within the communities. That they have a total system to work a modern structure into that dynamic over a course of months or years. Yeah. So there's structures out there for sure. It's just a matter of continuing to connect with more people like us with their own experiences and their own.
I think the next step in the future, it's going to even be past that. See, we're thinking barter trade. That's great. And cool, but you see how it goes like old school. Well, that's what they used to do. Yeah, think new.
Well, so think
version.
So think barter trade, but you already have so we have our own power. So it's not like you have to barter trade to get money to pay for your electricity. Everybody's got their own power. Like that's infinite resource.
That's
so the barter and trade becomes like a dynamic of really creative expression for additional things people want to experience in the world. So growing mushrooms, like mushrooms are a huge thing right now. They're easy to grow. You can grow masses of mushrooms for the market that's coming up just for supplements, right? Not even just psilocybin, but even with psilocybin becoming legal everywhere, what a great time to get into growing psilocybin. You know what I mean? To start getting those things going, because the whole structure is changing for that dynamic. So there's like a lot of avenues, and like part of what he's talking about, it works so the community, everyone in the community only has to work 3 hours a week, and you work at the job of your choice. So even though there's a giant, let's say the hemp crop is the big thing for the community, there's still, thousands of jobs and things to do in the community, carpentry, construction, and repair work, or all sorts of crazy dynamics. So the people who are good at that and enjoy doing that It's not like they have to give 40 plus hours a week to it or be on call 24/7 or whatever. Really, you set up in a structure. People are putting like 3 hours a week into those communal aspects, but in the niche that they enjoy doing and are skilled at. And the rest of the time is like building your life, man, and doing all their beautiful creative shit, like all the music shit. Imagine how many hours we could spend doing incredible music shit that changes our lives and other people's lives just because we have the time to do it.
Right.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
sounds good to me, man.
That's
Sign me-
exactly it.
Sign me up. Shit.
I keep seeing that kind of living with replicators. Right? So you're not even, for as much as you would need something for you, you have it. Right? I already have it. So let me just go
Yeah.
do this.
Totally.
It takes away the, well, I'm gonna buy this because I want it. Like it's a weird thing. You can
Yeah.
just have it. You can
Yeah.
just make it at your place.
Just imagine, like, because like think when we get to that point, like I don't think people understand that, like we don't know how to conceptualize this, so we rely on what we've been told from rhetoric and politicians and whatever about like if everybody just had free everything, lazy societies. There's a lot of different pitches. I don't think people even know how to conceptualize if you had all of your needs met, your basic human needs, let alone like a replicator, Jesus. But like if you have something like that, how would human beings act? And it take a generation, really, because you got to clear out a lot of trauma. A lot of trauma is from lack, right? That our parents or their parents had some form of lack of love, lack of affirmation, lack of money, lack of care. It leads to anger and outbursts and beating and trauma and and all this other shit. And so it carries on generation after generation. But a foundational level, if everyone has their needs and their wants met, especially, then what else are you left to do? You're going to pursue things that make you feel incredible inside. And it's not just sex and drugs. That's like an escape that's become an avenue and also been pushed by the CIA and DEA and all that shit with, pushing that in a way that's destructive to the society and not actually beneficial, where you can use drugs, and things that are beneficial for our psyche and healing. But when all that shit is removed, or those needs are already met, like that's what I came here to do. That's why I'm going to live 350 years. The majority of my life will be lived in that kind of reality. So we're in the transition right now, and we're just anchoring in. We're living from the future, as I see it. And so we're just being present, literally existing. If we did nothing else but exist, our soul codes, our frequency, our being here, the opportunities will come. Shit's going to happen. The world is going to cohere in ways, and we are going to be there for it. So on one hand, like,
Yes.
I don't have anything to worry about, like with my job and shit, so it's like reminding my ego, like, okay, yeah, there's no clear monkey bars to grab onto financially in a sense right now. That's okay. You still have to let go of the old one, because sometimes that's faith or whatever, the steps of just, and it'll be there. And if not, and I don't catch a bar and I land, I'm going to land on some kind of cool ground or water, and I'll swim in that water, or I'll go running on the ground. I mean, I don't know. It's like, there's not a fail option here. I don't know what it looks like, but it's not failure.
Dude, when I lost my job and I couldn't go back to work, I had nothing. Right? I met Paula. I had less than nothing. Paula didn't give me money. Nobody gave me money. My mother helped me out a little bit, and then somehow life kicked in, and I made it. And I'm here,
Yeah.
and I'm all right. So that was what you're talking about, missing the monkey. I was like, oh my God, I'm never gonna work again. What the fuck? And then life changed, things changed, the position changed, the perspectives changed, and other things happened. And I was like, wait, I can make this work. It's working. Did you know it's working? Do you know this is the first month it worked in positive numbers? Do you know? And now we're like 3 years into it. I'm with her 4, but that first year was hard, man. You got to break through the resistance, right? You got to stop fighting with your partner over the fact that you can't get the money and can't do that, right? Just love each other and enjoy the now moment and make your way through it, because all you're doing is battling yourself and then throwing that, you're projecting it outward when you're doing that at the other people around you. So other people in 10 years, we're going to be sitting in a position and we're going to look down and understand that they're going through their rough, dark night of the soul. They're lashing out. They're this and that. We're done that. We did it. Right. So we look back with compassion and love and go, yeah, you guys got to walk through that. I already did it. The whole planet's got to do it, but we're doing it at different levels, different times. But we're in the fucking, I'm in that change lane, right? Like you're going to transform and then transform the world, and the world's going to transform and you're going to transform. And I'm like, I'm down 100%. I literally want to transform, literally and figuratively, the whole thing.
Well, it's so
Fucking
funny
throw
because
it all
like
down on the table.
because like there's archetypes, right? So you're Frank Castle and that whole dynamic. I don't know what Kevin, what are you? What archetype? I've got this whole space Jesus thing going on apparently. What are you, Kevin? Let's figure out Kevin.
Oh boy.
Paranormal portals.
That's the prime creator.
Paranormal prime. He's paranormal prime. So like, but the archetypes, the whole dynamic is right. So I was asking Zach earlier because he made a comment about me, or I made a comment to him like a week after we started doing the show, and we were having conversations, and he made the comment he had been doing some inner healing work or something, and realized that there was an aspect of his life that he'd been missing, that he was wanted to bring back, and I was integrating and wanting to incorporate in his life, and that's being more childlike in certain dynamics. And
Right on.
and I said to Zach, and this is like an after show conversation or whatever. I said, well, perfect, because I'm a 6'6" child, so I must, part of me is being sent here is for you, I guess, you know. And then being down there with him for 10 days, and then he made a comment, something about that, and I said, so would you say it's accurate that I'm a 6'6" child? And he's like, yeah, that's totally accurate, right? And it's funny to me, just that dynamic, like I'm using other people's framework or just to understand what I am. Do you know what I mean? Like I know what I am, but I also know my ego. That's what I mean. Like what archetype I'm embodying. That's what I mean. Because that changes, right? My styles change, clothing changes, hairs. Eventually, I'll cut my hair. Like I just know myself. Like the hair's not gonna last forever. Not Kevin, but like it might be a while. I really dig my hair, man. It might be a couple years. I don't know. We'll see. But like at some point it'll go. Like I go through changes as a being. I am changing now. I'm leaving my job in a construct. That means my life is gonna be different. I'm used to living out of a work van. I love it. I've loved my van. I'm gonna have to get my own car. That's weird to me, man. I haven't had my own car in a decade. I'm gonna have to get my own vehicle. Like it's just my whole kind of a lot of dynamic. And cars are my identity, but like really my structure, where I'm living, I might be. I don't know what I'll be doing. I'll be traveling. I don't know. It's different. So my whole archetype is going to change over years,
and then get like a really good moonroof.
Dude, here's the thing. I've driven in smaller cars, like I'm trying to remember which one. I've been shocked how I fit just fine in them. You can scoot the seat all the way back, tilt it back. I don't hit the ceiling. Like it's totally cozy. I don't care. It's easy to park in Seattle.
I think it was Jasmine who said something like, I was like, my man can straight dunk on your ass, yo. Like I didn't know that, so I was trying to take it back. I was like, whoa, shit.
Yeah, how'd that feel for you, Frank? You're 5'8". How'd it feel to hug my nipples, bro?
It's great, man. I'll just dunk on your nipples.
Yeah, it's pretty big, man. I got a big areola there. I got a weird body dysmorphia shit. It's a good area. Dunk right on it.
And I'll fucking jump up and grab it with one hand and go,
You're like, son, you'll bite one and dunk on the other. Yeah. So that whole like it's funny, man. People change over time. Like there's a core frequency of me, you know. I get like, and I don't even know what that is. Like, what am I over time in different scenarios over decades? Oh, I'm still Aaron, of course. What does that mean? I mean, you know, I'm still the being that I am. Like the name is sure it's attached to my personality, but
it should change, you know, over time.
Yeah.
It gets stagnant too, and that's so that's good too. That means you're constantly growing, and you know what I mean. So that's always
good. It seems to be,
which is why I was trying to get you for the co-creation, like sitting alone in your thoughts with the music program, and that'll just that it's what it is, man. It's good.
Yeah, man. And I was telling, Frank, check this out. So I'm repeating half of some of the conversation we had before you were here, but I'm so glad you're here, Frank. I want to fill you in, okay? All right. So like, so I was telling them too that when I first met you, or when we hung out at least, or whatever, I was telling you like, Frank, we're gonna do some music shit together, like for sure. I know we are. Right. And I know you're thinking like, all right, yeah, some white boy here telling me you're gonna do some music shit with me. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even fucking know. Right. And so, and I don't. I'm not some fucking Eminem. I'm not telling like some spit something for you and prove it to you. I just know. I know we do. I know there's a musical dynamic in me that's deeply profound. I've known that my whole life in ways that I've connected. It is different in different ways. It wouldn't fit with the things you do right now, probably. And I don't even know what that is exactly. But as we were talking more about the DMB, and like music creation and some of the like all the different nuances in there, and the mantras and like the seed mantra, the track we listened to right before he came on, and like just so many nuances. I'm like, there's some shit in here, this kind of shit. All of us, me, you, Kevin, Zach, different people are into this shit. Like I was telling, it's reawakening. So I did some audio, video, and audio remixes of stuff like when I was speaking, and I cut those up and put them to music or other people and do it in the way, you know, kind of like those dramatic Alan Watts tracks, but different. And like that Starship Fearless track I sent you, I sent you that one track, that cool 4-minute instrumental track, that kind of like going to war track, a little bit ago. Like, so stuff like that, to music or to mantras or to tracks, and then especially adding in all the infinite variables you can do with making D&B music, just all the ways to do it. And Zach's got and I know Kevin's got a setup. Zach's got a set now to do samples and do live looping and do all that kind of stuff. So like that, man, I could see us sitting around for days doing this shit. Weeks.
We're not going to need to go out of house for anything. We're going to get to a point where you're not going to need to. You just go on. Hey, let me call Aaron. Let me call Zach. And then one of us will be able to know what to do.
The thing about that for sure, like we can get that digitally going for sure. But then, I mean, and I guess part of this is we're trying to do both. We're here right now. We don't have a property. We don't have money. We don't have any plans in the next few days, weeks to start moving on that shit. Who knows what will come? Okay, but that's
there's sites that you can join and you can do 5 sessions already. Like,
no shit.
Hey, I started this, guys. Boom, boom, boom. At your leisure. Fucking, what do you think? Add 4, 5, 8 bars to it, and like kind of like me and you, how we're doing with the rhyme. I don't know if it's my turn. Is it my turn, Frank?
Yes.
It is my turn for bars.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it. See, lunching. So, but
dude, we've been writing 4 bars back and forth for like months.
And that was
awesome.
Just because that's my bad. I couldn't remember.
No, it happens, dude. I slack on it too, but what it does is it develops each of our rhythms together, because you have to read it over and over.
Yeah.
To be like, what did he say? What did he mean? Can I come off of this like this? And you get the cadence going
too.
And it's almost like I can hear you saying it now, and it's only in little 4 bars, so you get used to it. You're like, oh, it's this. Oh, it's this. Oh, okay, he did this again over here from over here. And when you finally start smashing shit together, you already have a rhythm and a cadence with each other, and you don't even realize it. You just come out and go, and you're expecting the other guy to be in his rhythm. So that's fucking dope right off the bat. Plus, you just have a pool of lyrics that just keep going forever. You just do this as long as you're in the group together and doing music, and then you'll always have, when you get fucked up and you say something really cool and you can't remember later. I was under acid and I fucking wrote the best 4 bars of my life, and I write all that shit down now. I hit those moments alone and write them, and then throw them into these things. So then I always have it.
I said something to Aaron last night when he was traveling. I was just like, I shine, you shine, we shine. We gotta fucking incorporate that as a fucking hook into, I don't even know, maybe just have that thought.
It's funny, I took Aaron's every night's a Friday night. I'm gonna incorporate that one. Right?
Awesome. Dude, and can you imagine sitting around doing this too, even if we're in a live chat or chatting about the shit, smoking some chameleon leaf, right? Just fucking kicking it Friday night, digitally line. All of us can have our own shit and just tune into that shit and have some conversations, make some music, man. Especially, just in. I mean, so yeah, okay. If we're gonna talk practice, like, part of me is super stoked about. I'm stoked about all of it. The in person shit. And we're able to do this more commonly, more often in person, because there's just a dynamic. I mean, me, Zach, and Joe sitting around his computer, getting into that, and just. I don't think you're on this. You're gonna have to rewatch the show, Frank. You're gonna love it. We're talking about. I'm reenacting screaming at the screen because we were just so blown away with how the fuck is this happening. Like I was screaming so loud earlier in the show. My grandma came in, checked on me. My mom texted what's going on with the screaming? Screaming because it was so incredible. The coherence of not just experiencing that 101, but even being next to them, experiencing it together, right? And I'm seeing and watching them because they've been doing, like I said, Zach and Joe just kind of saturate themselves in the D&B, and so I'm watching them, and especially because we got the new monitor speakers there down there the first few days I was there. So hearing whole new layers of the music and sounds they've never heard before, and them being able to describe it so it's helping me to tune into it in a new way. And like every little layer, it's not just the music, it's not this external thing, especially with D&B, like all the sped up and multiple tracks and beats and all the stuff going on. Like there's so many layers of like internal like being connection or movement with the song that you can have that just doesn't even seem present with any other kind of music that I've encountered. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Oh yeah, you guys already know. I'm new to this. Sorry. Yeah.
Welcome.
It keeps that youthful intention and everything, right? I'm learning and I got it going and I'm ready to. That keeps me young and fresh. Like
Well,
he's ready to go right now.
Your energy, Aaron, because you're new to drum and bass, like I get inspired from that. So we all kind of build off each other. And then also me bringing Jacob back into the fold, that inspires me too. So that's why I was saying it's like I'm his djinn, his drum and bass djinn.
Yeah.
I've unlocked shit for him, and I'm like, I take that as an honor. But it just gives me inspiration as well. So I'll fire up the program, and next thing you know, there's 3.5 minutes of some dope shit. And I'm like, how did that happen? Like I just like am sitting there.
It's like he channels it.
That's how I see it, man. I have no skills at all. I just fucking let it go through me, and then
I know exactly what you're talking about, and that's why I'm so in love with this whole dynamic. Just the infinite nuance. It's just getting, like I said, I mean, I know the bane of existence of, producing music is figuring out the sound engineering dynamic, because there's just insane nuance. I can already see the frustrations coming from me with the different things, but also once you get enough of a framework, it's like anything, like English, right? I can use English pretty good apparently at times, but it's taken a lot of time to understand the frameworks of like language and storytelling and communication and how people are receiving what you're saying and body language. I mean, all this shit, right? And so I know it's infinitely nuanced with music. But once you get enough of a framework, like you said, there are those times. It doesn't have to be a miracle moment. You do have enough framework, you get in that flow, and you can just pound some shit out of some crazy ass little sound or some little thing and it's awesome, man. I'm really, really, a part of me is like, shit, I'm losing all my money. That sucks, because I'm really ready to buy what I need to buy and just fucking dive into this, because this sounds great.
Well, never know what tomorrow truly brings.
No doubt.
Because it's going to happen fast. We're already in it.
Right.
It's not like we have to wait to go into it more. We're in it. The next part is, right, like the lashing of the tail. And right, we were fighting a giant lizard, right? And I grabbed it by its fucking neck and I stabbed it with my fucking sword, right? And I'm like, yeah, I got him. You throw the lizard to the floor and he's got a giant tail. This is when the tail just lashes out and the arms and the teeth just start going, like, like complete, reject mode, because you're about to murder it. So this is the most dangerous part. Once that's over, it's rebuilding. So you are in the apocalypse. You are in the revelations right now. You don't have to wait. You're not assuming that sooner or later this is going to happen. No, there's riots. There's fucking people running through the streets going nuts. Businesses are being broken into. Shit's being set on fire. The planet's going through a thing. There's the coronavirus. Oh, guess what? There's people filming asteroids, comets, meteors exploding before they get too close to the planet, which is fucking weird. UFOs are being recorded in places like Idaho, doing all kinds of crazy shit. Like, it's getting closer and closer and closer and closer, right? It's all of it. It's like, oh, of course, we're going to hit a point where it's going to be aliens. I'm just letting you know now. It goes from
there's a show on Netflix called Space Force, dude, that Steve Carell wrote. And like, it's just like right in our faces. Like, they're just putting
Well, they announced Space Force 2 months ago. So there you go.
Brand fucking new. And it's like taking.
I'm going to show you how this is scripted. My uncle said to me, hey, what really freaks me out is how this guy died and was killed by these cops. And then the T-shirts were already done and handed out.
Right.
Right.
Yep.
Like, it's all scripted. It's all written already.
Well, it's telling
some way they knew certain things were known.
You know how I know in it. Yeah, you know how I know that like people are waking up on their own, because people like my stepdad, who's into Fox, watches Fox News, or well, now it's America First News Network. I don't know, whatever, pretty much the same thing. But like 24/7, has for years. He's very well educated in a lot of dynamics, but he's also pretty stuck to some narratives and rhetoric on things. And he posted this morning on his Facebook some article or something about that connected George Soros to starting the riots and whatever. He posted that, and I'm like, holy shit! Like that's a massive progression for him. I know he'll never get to certain points of awakening. I mean, well, I can't say I'll never know. It's most likely based on what I've seen over him over lifetime choices he makes, but you never know with people.
This
is
the fact that like awakening,
right? And like and seeing people around
in the middle of all this, and then UFOs and aliens. You have
Right,
no
no
choice
doubt.
but to be like,
Dude,
what the fuck?
I'm telling you, I do this every time. Like I've gone, or a lot of places when I've gone places like the Morgans and out Sam Jacobs and like places where we can do a fire or just get a night to do a fire and hang out. Always like for whoever I'm with, like let's bring the aliens in, let's do it, you know. And most of the time with people, they're on board. Sometimes like I don't know about that, but I'm like, come on, let's do it. Let's like invite them in. And I always try, like with the group or like bringing them in or creating space or doing fun shit, whatever. And it hasn't happened in a 3D physical way.
That laser.
Oh yeah, and I left the laser down with Zach and Joe down there because oh my gosh, the laser's a whole other thing. Zach's gone. We'll have to talk about it at like more detail when he can chip into. Dude, we started using that laser on. I think Zach did. We're playing with it. Just he's got this. So the house that they're at. So Zach's their trailer is on the side of the house, or I think it's Joe's trailer that they're renting. And then Joe's in the house. Has the house, and it's got a pretty big backyard. It's fenced in, and then he's got this like patio. It's out of metal, but it looks like wood patterns, but it's metal, like aluminum patio with the or roof that slides down. Anyway, so we were reflecting. There's a plastic bag of like I don't know some garden dirt stuff, or just some plastic bag on the table, and shooting the light down the plastic bag right on the bump or the ripple, and then it reflect onto the ceiling. Okay, this is all right. Just wait. Jesus. All right. So what was happening on the ceiling at different times, like the right moments and for moments at a time. Like there's a time, 30 seconds, probably a minute. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not joking. There's literal like timelines playing out, animals shifting, faces, cities being built and destroyed. Like I don't even know how to explain what we saw. Right. And we did this different times, like playing. And it was weird. It's like, what are there's so many variances here. It's a ripple on a bag. You change the ripple little ways, it changes everything. We also were looking at it and recorded it with infrared night vision goggles. That was a whole other thing. It looks like Tesla patterns and Tesla like arcing and stuff on these lines. It's a whole other thing. But I don't know. That was with the laser, man. There's this little $10 green laser.
It's crazy.
I just want to throw this out there. I have a green laser right here. I don't know if you guys can see what I just did.
No, where?
Is it not picking it up?
No. Is it where you pointed at the ceiling or something? Should be right. Put it on your shirt.
How come it's not showing up? Is my screen
It's
frozen?
kind of frozen. You're frozen, bro.
Oh.
At least on my end.
Yeah, it looks like I am.
I took you out and back in. Might have to log out StreamYard and log back in.
All right. Well, I have a green laser in my hand.
Yeah.
That's the color that Aaron gave me, and you were signaling you and Angela, but you.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you did. That
Yeah.
was on the way down. You guys pulled off the side of the road and signaled some UFOs before you got here and shit.
We did, yeah, on the way through, where was that? Yeah, we had a long stretch of highways, pitch black, and we pulled over and just to look at the stars, just pitch black for just miles and miles of highway. And we're looking at the stars and then just started, shooting the laser at different stars. And we saw this one, like satellite or whatever, moving across. And as soon as I put the laser on it, dead stop. And it didn't move the whole rest of the time. But it was definitely, because I made sure with Angela, I said, look, there's like a satellite there or whatever, so maybe it's UFO. And so I put the light on it, dead stop. And then we were just engaging with it. Like there's a lot of shit. We just engaging it, having conversation, our own dynamics and like sharing stuff. We were just tuning into it or whatever. And it never moved. We ended up leaving before it moved. But it definitely happened. And this kind of shit happens all the time. But it's these weird things. It's like, what's it really mean? I don't care if anybody believes me. Even if they do believe me, what does it mean? Don't know yet. Haven't had one land. Haven't had one like open up a hardcore telepathic dialogue in some audible way. It's all internal engagement and shit. So can we still hear you, Frank? Yeah, we can. Okay.
Is he there?
Yeah, you can hear you. I think, Frank. Go ahead.
It's going to happen sooner than we think. Just as fast as these things started and as fast as the coronavirus disappeared. Right?
Yeah.
It's going to come right back into play. Because Soros only has one card left.
Yep. You mean the one he's
that's
playing
the
right
alien
now?
agenda.
Oh, right. Yeah, that dynamic.
That's good.
Yeah.
The what?
There's no other agendas after that.
Alien agenda.
Oh, you mean we're being attacked from above? Maybe that kind of dynamic, or
Yeah. Or
whatever the narrative of the alien.
What if it's us with the tech
Coming
and then
back,
attacking us, and then they go and look, it's aliens, and then we're like at war with some fucking alien that's really humans with the technology.
You mean that's
Yeah,
like some
right.
reverse engineered shit that we have, and then we come
Yeah.
back, scare the shit out of us, basically? Yeah.
No, well, there's no coming back. We've never left. Like, we're already here. Yeah, we're out there as well, of course.
I was thinking interstellar shit, like that movie.
Yeah. It's like, yo, bring the fleet in and let them see the fleet so they shit themselves. Right? Then launch a Hellfire missile at some community or something. And then tell them we're at war with fucking raging aliens. You would just be like, what the fuck is this? Like, you wouldn't know that there's a human in that ship.
Right.
Right. If they're at that level, they're using holographic technology. I mean, we could get into that, like, ridiculousness.
Right.
But it's ridiculousness nonetheless. And what do? They copy what's already out there and they make it evil. So yeah, there's bad things out there, reptilians, this, that, and the other thing, taking people, but it's a small percentage. There's others in abundance that want to help. So right before they decide or they think there's a decision to show themselves, don't be surprised if Soros goes, I beat you to the punch with the fake alien before you meet the real alien. So when you meet the real one, you're like, fuck this guy.
Right.
Because you're already at war.
Introducing the, everybody fearing reptilians. We've talked about this. You talked about this on our show for years. They're good reptilians also. And there's a caveat for this dialogue. Like when I'm calling in UFOs or whatever, it's not like I'm doing the any kind of method. It's my own heart-brain coherence. And there's all different dynamics around that aren't spoken or that I do on my own energetically. I'm only calling in the things that are coherent with me. They're in equal co-creation, sacred neutrality, et cetera, 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 et cetera. So like, so anytime because there are UFOs, or there's, to me, my understanding, and just think conceptually, if there's thousands or countless of thousands of species in the universe or the galaxy or the local area that are having interactions with us. I mean, I know you've had your own interactions. People have had real experiences that are very, very real with things outside of government control, government aliens, government grays, government. I mean, that's all shit that's real too. And I imagine there's other factions of aliens out there that don't have necessarily positive agendas, or they're not positive or negative. That has nothing to do with it. They don't give a fuck about us on some level. It's just they have their own interactions. So there's such a diversity, just in the same way as a diversity of human beings and just beings on this planet. I think there's a massive diversity there too. So whatever aliens I encounter, I imagine the space I'm creating is for a dynamic, obviously, that was meant to happen on some level too, that's coherent with me at this space-time moment of my existence, so that it's an interaction that's some kind of value and benefit to me in my life at this time. So there's a lot to it, I guess, and that kind of a subtle underlying dynamic. So it's what we're wanting these soul family.
Why can't you just bring in you?
Yeah, no shit.
This is what I'm saying. Like I don't need to go searching for UFOs and aliens on other fucking planets. I could just connect to my crew, and me on the ship, and my people,
even better,
and be like, where are you? Where's my inner Earth beings? Where's my
and
then just deal with them directly. So I don't have to meet fucking Joe Schmo on the corner or someplace that he might or might not want to fucking eat me or something,
Yep.
I could just go see someone that I care about, or so, they could show up and be like, look, I'm here. Wink, wink. They were doing something outside right as I was talking to Zach, and I was in the backyard. So they chemtrailed. It was a beautiful night, not a cloud in the sky, and then two giant chemtrails in front of the moon, just straight lines through the night sky. Soon as it was the whole sky, low flying, flat bottom clouds came in out of nowhere. They just covered the sky and pushed. The chemtrail was gone. It was like it was there, and it was the whole sky. They're ruining the night sky tonight. And then these low clouds came in, and all the chemtrail was gone from one side of the sky to the other. By the time I came in to start calling you guys through the show, it was already gone. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So they're right there. I feel that's them. I feel we're just not seeing the frequency. Right?
Dude, and I saw just a couple weeks ago with Nate's, Nate, my coworker, Nate, which I've been trying to get him on here. I've been bugging him about it to just come on chat, and he will eventually. But he was over here with his son, and we were here actually at my parents' place, and we're out on the porch looking out at the sky and looking at binoculars and stuff, and there's a cloud over above the mountain that looked like a flat bottom, like UFO ship, like very much looked like UFO. It's just a cloud, right? Whatever. And I pointed out to his son, David, who's 8, I think. I said, David, what do you think that is? Do you see that cloud over there? And he's like, yeah, it looks like an UFO. I said, you think so? I said, it does look like one, doesn't it? So I said, do you, I forgot to start asking him. I just asked him questions about it, like as if it's real. Like if it was a UFO, what do you think they're doing? You know, and he would just like, I don't know, maybe they're doing this, or like I said, yeah, that's interesting. Maybe they're I don't know, you know. And I remember I was talking to him about it. It's very clearly there, very thick cloud, looks like UFO. We're talking about David saw or Nate saw it too before we went out. I said, wow, look at that cloud. That's what I said. I was inside with everybody. I go, wow, look at that cloud, guys. It looks like a UFO. And I went out on the porch to go look at it. And then David came out to look at it with me. But Nate had seen it, and then Nate was just taking a little longer to come outside. So we were outside for maybe a minute chatting, looking at it. And as we're talking about it, I'm looking at David and he's talking about it. And then we look back up and the cloud was totally gone, like in an instant. And Nate goes, where'd that cloud go? And I said, no, it just disappeared. And I told him, like, we were just talking about it could be a UFO, like blah, blah, blah. And asking David, and we look at him, he goes, no, I saw that too. That was just there. There's no way it dissipated. That's gone.
Damn.
You know?
Yeah.
Maybe
So
it's brain right there.
it's happening all the
That's what they
time.
do.
I'm running that stuff a
They're
lot. You know,
cloaked with
just,
them, man. Every time I go under or do something, either the dragon entities and all that other shit, it's them cloaked.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how are you doing that? They're like, you're just seeing us this way. And then you break down more layers, and then you can see us for what we truly are. Because I ask stupid questions like, how is it the cloud is moving so slowly through the sky? And then I eat acid and come outside, and it's the dragon and the spaceship and the this and the that. They're like, you guys are in that density. So it appears to you as we're just floating through the sky, but we're up here flying around. Up at the higher levels, things are moving so much faster. And then it echoes down to the lower layer. And I'm like, yeah, that just blows my mind. It kind of freaks me out on so many levels. But
you know, it was interesting on my on the plane ride home yesterday. I spent a while looking out the window and going through the cloud and thinking about all this stuff, right? Like, okay, this is one of the few times I'm in the air. I'm actually like next to the clouds. I'm going up through the clouds and I'm looking down on the clouds. Like, you know, don't often get that perspective.
Right.
I've ridden on enough planes in my life. I don't, you know, the window. I do like looking out the window. You know, on occasion, like takeoff, landing. I enjoy that shit. And like just and I look at the scenery a little bit during the plane. But other than that, I'm trying to just not freak out because I'm stuffed into a sardine can. I'm 6'6" and just trying to tune in, chill out, right? So I was looking at it for a while, and I didn't see anything crazy at all, but just the thought of it and moving through the layers of clouds and thinking about those different dynamics. So what if we're actually moving through a ship, which we could be because they're phase shifted, you know, or whatever. So you may still look like a cloud even if you're moving through it. It's not about physical proximity. Also, that is physical proximity is a part of it, but also a layer being tuned in or being a vessel that's in coherence to still perceive the dynamics there. So I imagine it'd be a lot different if people like us were inside of a plane or a helicopter. We might see things other people wouldn't because of the internal state of us inside of our own UFO. You know what I mean?
yes, exactly. Dude,
Just
it's
a thought.
crazy because they go out of sync, right? Out of frequency, but then you can see them kind of, right? They can make you see them kind of, then you don't see them, but then they could touch you, but you can't touch
Mm.
them. So I'm like, oh, so you just touched me. I'm going to punch you. I'm going to grab you. And you can't. It makes you think you're fucking crazy.
Mm.
And I'm like, but you're standing right there. And then they go, wait till you see that this other stuff around you isn't even real. And I'm like, how are you doing that in that frequency?
Mm.
How are you able to touch me and I can't touch you? How are you able to look in at me and I can't see you? And they're like, it's just out of your visual light perception. That's where David Icke has it correct, 100%. The visual light's just distorted.
Right.
But that also means you can't do nothing to them either. They're out of frequency with you. So you can't stab one of them or tackle them or drag them down, even if they poke you or grab you and pull you. It's a weird caveat with that stuff. I can't wait till this just kicks in to the next level of shit. I want to walk through this part and just be done already because I fear. I don't fear. I'm worried a little bit about other people.
Yeah.
Not me as much. I don't, just like the women and the children that are
Yeah.
scared.
Yeah.
Parents that have fucking 3 kids or a kid and a dog. And you got these people coming through the fucking neighborhood just kicking dogs and down windows. And like, nobody's got money to repair this. Nobody's got money to fix this. The local neighborhoods, you're busing people in from somewhere else to break up my neighborhood. And then I got to pay in taxes back to have this fixed. So I'm basically standing by watching you destroy my shit. And then I have to pay to have my shit back and fixed.
Right.
So fuck all that shit.
Right.
You know, I want to say fuck those people, but I'm trying not to be that way.
Yeah.
You are doing a piece of shit thing, but then it's the awakening and it's there to hold the mirror for you. And it's a projection of the other reality. I'm like, yeah, that's great. It still fucking sucks.
No shit.
Right?
No
It
shit.
still sucks that I gotta fucking watch over my back every 2 fucking seconds, even if I am spiritually protected. Doesn't matter. Random bullets just fly out and hit people all the time. You know, like just
kneel.
just fucking crazy.
Well, and that's the, I mean, that's the, like Paul was saying, I mean, really, there's a dynamic that she's absolutely right in. That's the feminine dynamic, too, of understanding. And you know, Paula, I mean, Paula's got some magic that most people just don't perceive and understand. And her being so grounded in the reality we're talking about, past this, we're living from the future now. So even if we're surrounded by chaos, I mean, this is some dynamic where rubber meets the road. Okay, how do we integrate all this spirituality, all this sovereignty on multiple layers, all the attacks you've taken from the different private corporations or the different shit, the actual physical attacks, interdimensional attacks, stuff that came in your home, all that shit. How do we integrate that now with random rioters? You know, why is that different than some actual SI or CIA attack or Black Ops attack on you? Like the energy that we should hold in our space. And it sounds to me like Paula really trying to do, not trying to, just tuning in, like, look, I'm going to bed, fuck that noise. I'm not even going to give it my time to stay up and give it energy to sit there and think about protecting my house or protecting the cats, and like to literally just be so at peace and so solid, like, fuck, this is my house, nobody's fucking coming in touching me and Frank shit, we're on this ley land, we're holding down this space, I'm fucking going to bed. You know, shit, I'll lock the door, like, whatever, I'm not saying to do that, but you know what I'm saying, the internal attitude of like, this is my we're not going to be fucked over by this reality. If we do, like, we're going to be repaid in spades in ways that we can't even imagine. You know?
Yeah, I feel you. I can't feel like I've gotten to this point and then take a hit on something like that. I may witness some shit. I may have to walk through certain stuff, but I don't think a lot of us are here to deal with that specific thing. Like the ones that are ascending aren't out in the streets fucking rioting, right? They're not, that's not their job. Like once again, Aya explained this to me, like, do not be out in the streets. And this was years ago. There's no need for you to be protesting. You're literally not one of those people. And I'm like, I don't understand what that means. And I think she was talking about you're in a higher grade. You're about to do this. So there's no need for you to participate in that. That's for like the beings that are in the lower vibrations coming up still. So you've passed.
Frankie, I think we lost your audio. Frank, if you can hear. All right, I think you're back, Frank. You cut out for a second, but I think you're there. Check.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's there.
All right.
He's
cool. Oh, and your video's back. Nice. Yeah, and I think and it's a balance in that, right? There's an ideal. You can tell someone like, oh, you're in the middle of a riot now. You should be so at peace that you should be able to go to sleep. Like, dude, you can't fucking tell anybody anything. You're at where you're at. You're dealing with what you're dealing with. You deal with shit that most of us do not have in our reality. The way you've grown up and in that neighborhood and all the dynamics that you deal with there. You know, so you're figuring shit out one day at a time, man. Nothing you're doing is wrong. I mean, everything you feel like you know, you well enough. You're trying to tune into what's your ego or what's your nervous system reaction and what's your soul's response, where you need to be and how you need to protect Paula, or how you feel like it's good to instruct Paula and work together within that and your dynamic. You know, so it's not like there's a right answer here. The right answer is you just being you, and then us holding space with you too, whether we're talking through situations or just knowing that no matter what happens, you and Paul are going to come out of this just fine. You know, and more than that, like, it's going to be coherent and beautiful, and just holding space for all those things to happen, and we'll just figure this shit out one day at a time.
Yeah, man, we're gonna fucking rock and roll through this. This is literally this is like being in the finals, right? Like taking your finals, let's say even in school. You prepared all year for this, your whole fucking life for this. Don't ruin it by fucking it up. Just continue through the process. Pass the class, let's get the fuck out of here, and then come back to work on Monday as the teachers in this place.
Yep.
You know,
100%.
But listen, it's 3 a.m. I love you guys.
Oh, yeah. Love you too, Frank.
Love you, man.
Do some cleaning up around here.
Yeah, same time. Be safe. Shit is crazy.
It's great to see you guys. Kev, it's great to see you. Just literally see you on the video, being on the shows. This is fucking great.
Yeah, man.
I was like, I did a double take. I had to look at you and go, wait a second, that's fucking Kevin. What the fuck is going on here?
It's you.
So that's great. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
You guys have an amazing night. I don't think Zach's here, but I
No,
love
he's
you
went to
guys.
bed a little earlier. Yep.
And we'll catch up during the week. And
Yeah, man.
let you know how things are going here. You guys stay safe, stay
You
awesome.
too, man.
Naturally,
Yep,
I'm
me
only
too.
a phone call away. All right,
Yeah.
everyone listening, I love you guys, girls. Stay awesome, stay fearless. Universe awards, bravery, and all that good shit.
Yeah.
Peace the fuck out, fellas.
Peace,
All
man.
right. Love you, Frank.
Love you, man.
Love you, man. Bye.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
That's what's up, man.
That is what's up. Let me change. Let me do the fancy shit here.
He kind of came in, dropped some truth bombs, and fucking made us tighten up real quick, but got us focused on a very positive thing. So that's what's up.
Yeah. No, it's that's cool, man. We definitely need to do this. I don't know if we can right now because I don't know our schedules. It's hard to do schedules, but I don't know if we put a day of the week on or something. I'm even down to do it again before the end of the week. Do another show where we do just the DMB stuff, or actually if we're wait, you can screen share and pull up your program and just talk about what you do and like
It's a week, dude. I work
2 days a week.
week. That's it. And those 2 days I'd be at work right now, so it kind of be the time that we're on. But other than that, I'm wide open, man. And that'd be like it would just fuel inspiration and creativity to assist further in this process. So I'm all about it. So there's no scheduling issue besides those 2 days, and that's it's a Wednesday, Thursday. But
Okay. Yeah. So really any other days, and that's great because we were gonna have guests on randomly. We're connecting with people and getting those on. But yeah, I'll talk to Zach so we know that you definitely can't do it Wednesday, Thursday. So when we get more routine here, we'll try to make sure to have guests Wednesday, Thursday, and then try to leave at least those other nights open because that to do that regularly would be really cool. That's gonna draw its own crowd and attraction, and just for us to part of doing the podcast every night is us to continue having fun doing it,
learning from each other. Yeah.
Right. And so to do that together, that's legit, man. Cool. I love you, Kevin. This is fucking great.
Hell yeah. I'm excited. Inspired. I think I'm gonna fly again and go at it.
Cool, man. Do your thing, bro. Have a wonderful night. I'm really glad you're on the show, and we're doing this soon for sure.
Absolutely. All right, man.
All right. Have a good night, man.
You too.
My
time. Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, the end of the podcast, the end of the video for tonight. That was pretty cool. So there's going to be more stuff coming up soon with Kevin and Zach and I and Frank probably too. And we've also got coming up, I believe, tomorrow. Kala, if you're still here, Kala, I think her show is starting tomorrow with a guest, Layla, that actually was down with us in California she's out there 2 different days, I think, for a while. And like, it was just awesome. So there's such incredible people that are just like, seem to be connecting through this thing that we're creating. And then we got Jen's show every day at 5, our show every day at 8. Calls will be weekly Tuesdays, I believe. Angela's is weekly Mondays. We've also got Holly starting her own show, Fuck That Noise, which is awesome. She has her own Facebook group that is all about self-help and understanding her neurology, and she does it all through incredible graphics and things she makes and like innuendos, and like it's just really well done. She's a really cool person. Met with her and another guy who has experience in professional audio, video, and into multimedia dynamics like we're doing. So they're working on their own show, and I think hers is going to be pre-recorded, so it'll be a slightly different take. It'll be a half an hour once a week, I believe. And so there's just a lot of stuff growing. I do need to get the Aaron's ailment alignment. I wrote it down here. Get that going too, because that'll be fun. I don't know, once a week. I'll just get in a routine of doing that. I think something else too, especially with the riots and things going on right now, might be more intentional. The things I see maybe driving around Seattle or just different places or other people too, doing some live videos in the group or things, just updates on stuff during the day, maybe being more engaged that way. And then we also have what Zach brought up initially at the beginning. We have the Patreon as well as GoFundMe for the Shipbo people in South America, one of the original indigenous tribes that are struggling financially because of the COVID and the lack of tourism in that area. And so thanks, Will. Aaron's ailment alignment. And for $4.50 a month, you can feed a whole family for a month, or $4.50 you can feed a family for a month, and $4.50 feeds the tribe. $4.50 for the month. So that's what we've got going. Links are in the channel below. Please do check those out. Also, please do like and subscribe if you're hearing this now and you haven't done that. That does help us out a lot. Or in the future, that would be very, very much appreciated. So, yeah, thank you all 6 of you who are still here 4 hours and 16 minutes into the podcast. Love you guys very, very much. This is all very much a community thing. And Zach, if there's no live chat and engagement, there's no group dynamics and being able to connect to other real human beings and Zach and Frank and different people on the show and starting these other shows, and like this would, get boring really fast. It's not about just us doing a thing. It's us facilitating a space for us to do, I don't know, whatever we do and have fun on camera and interact and help people and grow and learn and all that stuff. But creating multiple channels of avenues for fun, for expression. I mean, ideally, even also getting channels or shows that aren't even necessarily about anything. Like maybe we actually, me and Kevin and Zach set up a separate time. We're doing it every night, so we might do it right on the 8 p.m., but like in separate one to do our music this thing, or like, talk about that and do that live so other people can enjoy learning with us as we do that. But for you guys too, maybe there's, like we talked about too, we did it once, twice, didn't get it going, but things like that, like doing a group yoga dynamics together, group meditation. So if you feel called to, if you feel inspired to, or it resonates with you to start some kind of creative chat, or doing art, teaching art, or doing like live, if you do artwork during the day, maybe go live and chat while you're doing your art, like have the camera on you and your canvas, or you're doing your art, or some form of art, or dance, or like really it's human expression. And the more I think we get healed, to heal ourselves, it like opens up awareness or avenues for us to express in ways we didn't even, like this whole music stuff. There's expressions that are coming to my awareness that through this that are going to come out through me and us and those dynamics that I hadn't thought about until I encountered it, and then creating space for it on the podcast. Yeah, let's do this once or twice a week and let's create space for these things. 12:12, call says 12:12, which it is here on the West Coast, which is 3, whatever Frank said, 3, almost 3:13. Oh, now it's 3:13 on the East Coast. So let's see. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. call a show. Yep, guest Layla, and then she'll be doing lives as she comes across stuff on the drive once she's back on the road as well. Jasmine says, "Good night, Aaron. Everyone, love you. Love everyone here. Love blast for everyone." Yay! Thanks, Jasmine. Okay, well, I guess that probably calls it a night. Unless there's something else I can think of. Yeah, one day at a time right now. And well, I don't know, every day, right? One moment at a time, one situation at a time. So I'm thankful for this time. I'm thankful for you guys. And I hope you all sleep very well. And we'll see you all again tomorrow. Bye.